catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make 'em all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. I fly like paper, get high like planes. If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make 'em all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. All I wanna do is take your money. 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 Pirates, skulls and bones, sticks and stones and weed and bombs, running when we hit 'em. Lethal poison for the system. Pirates, skulls and bones, sticks and stones and weed and bombs, running when we hit 'em. Lethal poison for the system. No one on the corner has swagger like us. Hit me on my banner, prepaid wireless. We pack and deliver like UPS trucks. Already going hell, just pumping that gas. No one on the corner has swagger like us. Hit me on my banner, prepaid wireless. We pack and deliver like UPS trucks. Already going hell, just pumping that gas. All I wanna do is take your money. 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 MIA, third world democracy. Yeah, I got more records than the KGB. So, no funny business. You already are.
Hey gang, what's up? What's up? How's it going? How's it going? I saw people in chat, no gooning! No gooning forever! No gooning, we hate gooning. Total gooner death. Total gooner death. TGD. 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 That's what we're talking about. Total gooner death. That's what we're talking about. No goon maxing, none of that. All gooning. Mike Winger will be tried. He will be put on trial for his crimes of gooning, and it will be so over for Protestantism and Mike Winger. Mike Winger has had enough, okay? Mike Winger has overstayed his welcome. He will be put on trial in the new Nicholas J. Fuentes Catholic Empire, and it's over for him. Mike, buddy, we have the gooning videos. It's on tape, okay? It is on tape. It is so over for you. You're not beating the allegations. It is so over for Pastor Mike Winger. But but in all seriousness, it's good to see you guys. I'm really trying to do good this week. I've been getting horrible sleep, so if I seem lower energy or something like that, really sorry for that. I'm trying my best to go to sleep at the right time, but I just I'm beat, dude. I've just been working hard. What can I say? I have been putting in a lot of work. I've been doing pretty good at my new job and stuff like that. I love my new job, dude. Like it's very meaningful work. I love it a lot, and I'm just I'm trying to give it my all, you know. But I definitely just can't post as much, especially on Instagram, because I use a lot of music on Reels, and it's like I can't really be like in the office like scrolling through trying to apply certain music to Reels or whatever. So it's tough, but it's okay. It's okay. Mike Freaker. Dude, Pastor Mike Freaker is cooked. Pastor Mike Freaker, we've had enough of Pastor Mike Freaker, okay? But this is just kind of a chill episode. I love the chill episodes. I love when we can just laugh and have a good time. Honestly, I don't know how much, you know, it's titled like the Murdoch Murdoch reaction stream, right? But I don't even know how much Murdoch Murdoch we're gonna watch. We'll probably like mix it around. We'll do a little bit of like, you know, watching some Murdoch Murdoch, making fun of the TRS guys, and we'll just kind of be discussing like how politics used to be. It's kind of a little bit of a nostalgia episode, not from a standpoint of like positive nostalgia, but just like living through sort of the past, right? Living through, you know, where we were at in politics and just how far we've come along. I mean, because I remember when the alt-right was still around, you know, I remember when the alt-right was still around. I was not alt-right. I was, you know, totally into like the armored skeptic, shoe on head, kind of like libertarian crap. And, you know, it was not looking good. It was not looking good at that time for me. I was very cooked, very blue pilled. I remember like even the conversation of race just used to make me uncomfortable. And I just could not handle it at the time. And now I'm just like a hardcore white identitarian, you know, not because I love every single human being, right? And I'm not a white supremacist or a Wignat, but I am a white identitarian. I want my people to be successful and to succeed and to prosper as every single person should want to, right? And I've become just a hardcore white identitarian, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So Pine Sap was a shoe simp. Well, okay. I wasn't a shoe on head simp. I thought she was a little cute at the time. I thought she was a little cute, but I wasn't like a shoe on head simp. But I will have to, during this episode, admit to a little bit of another Pine Soup L in terms of the women department. Because the first woman who got me to think more about race was an alt-right chick who used to be on YouTube. And it probably a large portion of why I started to consider those ideas was because I had a crush on this girl at the time. But listen, at the time, okay, I wasn't based. You gotta give your pigga, your Pine Sap N-word a little bit of slack, okay? Your pigga was down bad at the time, okay? I was down bad. I was a freshman in high school, okay? I just didn't know any better. I wasn't based, but now I'm based. Now I'm incel. I don't want to impress women, you know? I don't want to impress women, you know, unless it's Anna Perez. But no, I'm kidding. I'm just messing around. But, you know, was it Rage After Storm, Lauren Southern, or Brittany Sellner? It was Rage After Storm. But we'll get into that. I will recount some Pine lore. It will be very funny, but we'll you know, we'll get into that. There's going to be a lot of good stuff tonight. I'm excited. I got my coffee, you know. I'm like, dude, I'm acting like a gay millennial right now. I'm like, oh my goodness, I've got my coffee. I've got my nice espresso brew from my nice, there's a wonderful whole bean place near me, okay? There's a wonderful whole bean place, and I mean, you should just imagine the coffee they have there. It comes from Aruba, and it's from goat poop and bat poop, and it marinates the beans and makes them taste so good. And it's like, bro, just drink Folgers, please. Just for the sake of your testosterone. Just drink Folgers, right? Just be normal, Pine Sap. What are you doing? What are you doing being this gay millennial, dude? What are you doing being this gay? But here's the thing, okay? In all seriousness, I do love coffee, and I am a coffee aficionado. I like to taste different types of coffee. I actually went to Whole Foods the other day, you know, whole paycheck, they call it for a reason, right? And I was, you know, I was going through their coffee section, and they had a really nice rainforest blend. It tasted super good. And I mean, just for the sake of being healthier, you know, I've admitted to you guys, I'm trying to lose weight, you know. I'm a little pudgy, I get it. I need to lose some pounds and stuff like that. So, you know, I'm drinking my coffee black. I'm not drinking it with any milk in it and stuff like that, like I normally would. But that coffee is so good that you can drink it black. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so good that you really got to just appreciate it for what it is. And it's hard to find a coffee like that. It really is. It's hard to find like a good blend that just tastes good on its own. You don't have to doctor it up, right? Not that I ever put sugar in it. I never put sugar in my coffee, but I'd always put milk in, maybe half and half once in a while, but I never bought it. It just was like, if it was at like work or whatever. Black coffee, the Starbucks has fallen. White girl coffee is no joke though. Okay, but I go hard on a little bit of white girl coffee. I think I said this, but I love my coffee frappuccinos from Starbucks, dude. My coffee frappuccino from Starbucks, it is just this blend of tastiness, dude. I love it. It's tough. I can't drink it, but I see why people get in the adult milkshake world. Okay. It is an adult milkshake. Let's be honest. Right. But it is so damn good. It is very good. Someone mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Dude, there's like barely any in Colorado. Legit. Like there is, maybe like 2 locations, right? But it's not on every block. I mean, what's on every block really is Starbucks. Starbucks is everywhere here. I mean, you can throw a stone and probably it's going to hit a Starbucks, right? But I mean, Dunkin' Donuts isn't huge. We have a little bit of Dutch Bros, but Dutch Bros is like more popular down south in like Colorado Springs and stuff like that. It kind of caught on more there and then like migrated north. So, it kind of migrated north in that way. And Dunkin', it's all right. I'm not a huge Dunkin' fan. It's kind of feels a little white trashy, I like feeling a little snobby with my Starbucks. I like feeling like a little, snobby, and I'm driving on my golf cart in my gated community, and someone's like, Pines Up, it's me, dude. Hey, it's me. And he's hanging outside. I'm like, lower middle class though. I don't know. Listen, maybe I'll have you over to the pool once. Okay. I'll let you dip your toe in the pool, but you lower middles, I can't mingle with the commoners, right? No, I'm just kidding. I didn't even grow up in a gated community or anything like that. But I just find it funny. Like when Nick kind of like will talk about like the elitism and stuff like that, it just cracks me up, dude. It's so funny. Oh man, but I love talking to you guys. This is so much fun. So I guess we got to get into this Murdoch, dude. Okay, first of all, so this is the website I have to go on to. This looks so sketchy. Like I guarantee like this is going to be some like IP grabber and they're going to know like my, social security number and stuff like that. But I guess we just gotta, go through and watch, right? It literally looks like a dark web website. And I'm going to be honest, like as a kid and even now, like this has not changed with me, because my parents were very, very stern on like the internet being kind of evil as a kid. And I'm really glad they instilled that in me because like, I don't know, websites like this creep me out. Like, I feel like websites are like where you're going to find like someone admitting to like murdering someone. You know what I mean? Like these kinds of like low res 90s looking websites, they've never been updated. Like you're going to find some live leak video of someone committing a war crime or whatever, right? It sketches me out. I don't like that stuff. It creeps me out. It's like a dark part of humanity. I don't like even, really contemplating for more than 5 seconds because it gets really, really weird. You know what I mean? But it's not that. It's just a crappy looking website. You know what I mean? TBF, the official Vatican website doesn't look much better. Dude, the Vatican website is cozy though. Okay, for real though. The Vatican website, Vatican.va, it's cozy. This is like creepy, like some guy writing like a manifesto for a terrorist attack that he's gonna plot, right? Kind of vibes. Like this is like weird, like, individual who doesn't fit in well with society, with like polite society. But then I go to like the Vatican website. Why is the Vatican website down right now? Come on, man. See, I go to the Vatican website. Like, this is like cozy. Like, you have like picture of Papa right there. You've got a picture of Pope Francis. You've got like the calendar, you know, like the Angelus and stuff like that. Like, this is so wholesome, dude. I love this. This is wholesome, right? Yeah, it's from 1997, but it's like the good 90s where you like, you know, played N64 with your friends and you like, you know, rode on your Razor scooters, or maybe that's more a 2000s kid thing. That's more a 2000s kid thing, but like early 2000s, like you're on the Razor scooter with your friends. You're like riding down the street. You go over to someone's house, play some N64, some GameCube. Can we get some GameCube in chat? OG Wii, right? And it just was a different time. So I love this, dude. This is very cozy. But this sucks. I hate this. So I don't even know where to start. I guess we're just going to click on whatever episode first comes up.
Where am I?
You are here, at the heart of my once vast empire.
Are you the West?
I am your mother, as you are my child. But our world is dying.
There must be something I can do. I can't let you die.
You must give me my name.
Your name?
Okay. This is so difficult to watch. This is so cooked, dude. Because, like, this was not even good for 2016 standards, okay? This was not even good for 2016 standards, dude. Okay? This is, like, so lame. I think the only reason people liked this was because it was racist. That's the only reason why someone likes something like this. It just said all the, like, racist sort of transgressive things. But notice how it's like, it's not good. It is so cooked. Because, like, here's the thing, right? I'm not gonna lie. There are some edits and some memes and some things that people made back then, 2016, 2017, that did not age well. And they were great for the time. They were good for the time. I mean, like all the SJW cringe compilations, right? Like let's be honest, it was funny for the time because people didn't do stuff like that back then. It was kind of like, it was new, right? It was new to have some like red-haired woman be yelling about, you know, did you just misgender me? Did you just say that Afro-Latinos cannot have rights? You know, and just like yelling about some nonsense that they learned in their gender studies course or their like African culture seminar or whatever, right? So it was new and it was kind of it was unique, right? But it has not aged well. It has not aged well in any way, shape or form. I mean, Swamp even mentioned like the Ben Shapiro Thug edits, right? Thug Life compilations. The Ben Shapiro Thug Shaker edits. No, I'm kidding. We don't. He's like, listen, I'm a quirked up Semite, and I just gotta bust it down. I gotta bust it down for you liberals. They're like, damn. I didn't know. I mean, if we were sending our billions of dollars for that BBL Drizzy, dude, like Benny got that cake. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I see what that money was going to. Okay. Let him cook, you know. No, the Ben Shapiro Thug Life edits, right? At the time, they were very, you know, unique and what have you. You know, you had the Steven Crowder, you have the Steven Crowder sort of triggering the libs, changed my mind type content. And for the time it was new, right? For the time it was definitely transgressive. It was new. It was kind of cutting edge or what have you. People weren't really doing that stuff before. And it was because like civility had broken down. I mean, really, we have to understand the reason why trolling became kind of a thing was because civility at that time had broken down, right? People weren't really civil with each other, and society had become so estranged from itself that people didn't really have the sort of social respect or cohesion that they once did. I mean, it was already bad in the mid 2000s, but I remember a time where like most liberals were still kind of against abortion, and they still weren't really down with like the whole gay stuff. And, you know, they maybe weren't into like over immigration or like importing like just thousands and thousands of people. You know, maybe they were like, okay, we should give people, you know, like illegals water at the border or whatever, but they were not into like importing, you know, literally millions of people per year. But because by the 2010s, the mid 2010s, that had all broken down, it's like trolling became commonplace. And due to it becoming commonplace, you know, content like that at the time felt a lot more transgressive. It felt a lot more unique, right? But it aged like sour milk because they weren't really getting the heart of the issues, right? I mean, Crowder can make, edits or whatever about how it's gross that men are using the women's restroom, but he's still okay with, you know, trannies, right? He's still fine with transgenderism. You know, he can joke about how, you know, gay people pressing their lifestyle on other people, but he's still okay with that lifestyle, right? And so that's why, you know, sort of your neocon, normicon content aged really badly, is because it was kind of a gateway for people who were libertarians and kind of more liberal leaning just because of like the, you know, Americana, or not Americana, but kind of the mid 2000s American culture, do as thou wilt mindset that so many of us were raised in. But when you went beyond that, it really, really, really was not funny anymore. And it was not something that you wanted to watch anymore. You know, just watch instead of spending 20 minutes bitching. Well, you don't have to watch my stuff, man. So, you know, if you're bothered by that, you can get the hell out of here. You know, you're not going to tell me how to run my show, respectfully. But anyhow, at that point, we had moved beyond that. But, you know, needless to say, it's like content like this, like Never Come Down, had aged really well. This goes so hard, right? Like, how can you not like this content? so it's like you had that, which, right, it maybe has aged a little bit, but it's still really good. It's still really solid. Or I mean, like, Chatelet, right? We're not going to listen to all Chatelet. It's pretty long, but I mean, like, Chatelet, dude. Who can forget this classic? Who can forget this classic? The Praise Keck stuff was always kind of cringe. I didn't like that, but like everything else was really cool.
We will make America great again. I love you.
Assoluto cosmico, regolare delle realtà, respiro di un'immagine, sintonia di civiltà, confusa progenie, di cellule ribelli, volo verso l'udine, la traverserò, stessa idea, fatti vedere, io mi fermerò, wow, scegli, scegli la mia libertà, scegli, scegli, oh no, wow, scegli, scegli, oh no.
But you get the point. It's like something like that still goes really hard. It makes me nostalgic, and it's just like hype, dude. Like you listen to it and you're like, how can I not be white-pilled right now? How can I not just feel just this energy, right? This momentum and stuff like that. And I think it was because, at really sort of at that time, far right ideas were just starting to break out. We're just starting to break out because we were really, I almost knocked over my coffee there. We were just starting to sort of get over the era of Bush, Romney, John McCain, all these normie cons who, at most the furthest right thing would maybe be some like evangelical who's like, I think marriage is between a man and a woman, but we should still send our boys to go die for Israel, right? And we had started to carve out a place in the right wing. And this was our rise. Poll and sort of this like sort of shifting to the right, this idea that, we have a civilizational fight. It's not just like voting for your local mayor or voting for the county clerk or whatever. It's like voting for your leader. This could be the Caesar who could help save Western civilization, right? And we started to think on a more universal scale, on a more global scale, and an epic scale that we had never thought before. I mean, I remember Kevin Valier writes I was reading a little bit the other day. I think it's called Not of This World. And, it's a book essentially written about like non-liberal theocratic ideologies. But the book, to be honest, is mostly about Catholic integralism. And for being more liberal, he's very, very good at like being honest about what we believe as Catholics, right? And, he references his knowledge of theology and stuff like that's actually pretty incredible. And he might actually have converted. I don't know. I need to follow up with him. But he posts this line in the book in kind of the introduction that really stuck with me because I think it like really condensed everything that we knew about Trump, right? Now, to be honest, right, everyone's like, oh, Zion Dawn and all these things, right? Zion Dawn and Trump's not that based or whatever. And that is true. That is true. He's not where we want him to be. But as Kevin Valier writes, Trump represented a shift towards illiberal politics. Hungary had Viktor Orban, right? Poland had, I can't remember what their president's name was, but had their, far right parties. And Trump comes in and he starts talking about these larger scale concepts about actually putting America first, maintaining our demographics, restricting immigration, carving out a place for more faith-based ideology, right? And so even though he wasn't, he's by no means perfect by any means, right? He's by no means perfect. He's by no means where we want him to be. he was a lot better than everything else we were seeing. And so his shift, as Kevin writes, represented a entrance point for like non-liberal politics. We didn't have to make this like idol out of liberalism anymore. We didn't have to be the right-wingers that are like, my constitution and well, I believe in civil discourse and stuff like that. We could start to get into politics and say, dude, what's going on? White people are dying. We need to do something about that, right? White people are being killed right now. What's going on? You know, why is Christianity put to the side and constantly attacked? Let's talk about that. And so this shift that started to happen was all thanks to this meme magic, right? This 2016, 2015 meme magic. And it kind of sloped off 2017, 2018, but it shifted the culture so much. It changed the culture so much, you know? Everything kind of lined up at the right time. I mean, I've said this to you guys numerous times. Gamergate was like my entrance point into politics. It was the first time that like something that I cared about was being attacked. And when I realized that there were people out there trying to take away my video games, right, at the time, which, you know, honestly now seems so trivial, but at the time it meant everything to me as like a, you know, high schooler. It got me thinking, it's like, okay, well, what else are they trying to take away? And then you start kind of going down that line of thought and you're like, they're trying to take away white civilization. They're trying to take away Catholic civilization. They're trying to nuke the West. They're trying to tank everything that our ancestors have fought and died and bled and built. You know? Everything they fought and died for, they're trying to take away. And so to some extent, you're like, dude, screw the video games. Who the hell cares about video games? I care about Western civilization. I care about Christianity. That's what I care about. That's what I'm actually fighting for. And we just ditched the whole, you know, the video game, whatever, woke video game. Who gives a crap? How about the fact that they're trying to take down monuments of great generals and heroes of Western civilization? How about the fact that they're trying to make us hate our own heritage? How about the fact that they're constantly attacking our Lord Jesus Christ in the press, in the papers, in, you know, every news station and every, you know, BuzzFeed video is just blaring content warning about the evils of Christianity and you know, Christian nationalism or what have you. So it got us to this point to where we are now. Catholic extremists, right? These extreme fanatical Catholics that we all are now. It emerged out of this. And so that's why we have sort of a level of nostalgia. But we'll go back to Murdoch Murdoch.
You are Britannia. England. Germany, France. I don't understand. What do you mean your name? They have been shelling us again. I can see that. We won't survive the next 5. I suppose it must be said I'm glad I'm here with you, Germany. Here at the end of all things. You had a good run, Britannia. As did you, Germany. Wagner, Bach, Gutenberg. But how could the West have done it without Newton, Faraday, and Darwin? Seems a shame all of this time we fought each other, when all along we were brothers. Are you ready, Britannia? Yes. What's that flag in the distance? It's an Australian flag. A Canadian flag. The American Confederates. They came, Germany. They came for us.
It's over. The nightmare is over. Thank goodness this episode was only like 3 minutes, dude. Oh my goodness, that is such goy slop. That is such slop, dude. It's literally just like a alt-right, like TRS supporters' wet dream. Based? Save Europa? Oh my goodness! Guys, we gotta save Europa! Look, there's Hitler, and there's this, failed nationalist movement that like totally careened off the edge after Charlottesville, right? They're like, guys, the Nordic Resistance Front. Remember those guys? I mean, half of them are in jail now and probably infiltrated by feds, but they're based, dude. Identity Europa? Based? Patrick Casey? Last son of the West, bro. Last son of the West. I mean, who is like red pilled by anything like that? That didn't red pill me. Do you guys honestly want to know the video that red pilled me? And it's a little cringe because it was kind of connected to Tommy Robinson, but I mean, this still holds up. This still holds up, quite frankly. This video I'm about to show you, right? Like this was my introduction to like white identity. This was my introduction to like thinking about my race, right? Was not this like absolute crap, not this absolute just mishmashed, low quality, low cut JPEG images, horrible voiceovers, like classical music just blaring in the background. Like, who would seriously sit down and watch this? Babe, Murdoch Murdoch just posted a new episode. You gotta check it out. My white trad wife. Honey, you'll never believe this. Murdoch Murdoch just posted a new episode. Yes, the white race is saved. It's saved, guys. Murdoch Murdoch just dropped a new poorly edited animation, right? I mean, it's like, oh my goodness, dude, just kill yourself. Like, this is so bad. Don't literally kill yourself. Suicide's a sin and that's horrible. But like, it's so gay. It's like skibbity toilet for far right people, I mean, nothing about that was cool. Nothing about that like was encouraging or like made me like feel anything. You know what I mean? I didn't look at that and think to myself like, dude, this is so based. This is so cool, bro. Look. They've got Europe and the Confederacy and Nazis, dude. I wanna be a white advocate now. Nobody was thinking that. I don't know who thought that. Like, that's not even 2016 quality. That's like 2008, dude. Like, maybe for 2008, okay, fine, because like everything kind of sucked in 2008 in terms of internet content, right? Maybe like 2008, something like that would be, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily like it because it's like pagan and evil and stuff like that. And, I'm not a nat sock, right? But I guess for 2008, maybe you could look at something like that and be like, okay, yeah, maybe there's something there. But like 2016, people were already making pretty impressive edits and stuff like that by 2016, even further along the right, not just NormieCon stuff like we were talking about earlier, I was chanting whites during the last edit. Dude, you were hyped up. What can I say? Was that Trad West? Dude, this is literally like Trad West must have made these edits, right? He had the glow up. Now he just posts like Wojak. It's 2024 and he's still posting, Wojaks about like, he's got the big boobed. Like, hold on. We're not going to show anything immodest, but like, I mean, it's like, oh man. Like, what is this, dude? What the hell is this? What is this, dude? What kind of sick gooner mind thinks something like this up? What? What kind of gooner thinks about this? What, like, why did Trad West think this was a good idea? This sucks. This is horrible. It's filth. Yes. AKG, you're right. It's filth. Filth, filth, filth. It's disgusting. I hate this. Dude, I mean, tell us you're jorking it without telling us, man. Like, what are you doing with the Wojak over here? Why is she like, why does she have like double D cups, dude? That's disgusting. That's gross, man. Why is she like, why is she so busted, dude? That's disgusting. I'm like, George said, skibbity boobies. Like, it's so gay, dude. Would you really work 2 jobs so I could spend my time keeping our house beautiful and raising kids? Yes. The the Chad Nordic gamer in the Swiss Alps. Yes, honey, I will. My beautiful sun-dressed trad wife. I will protect you, honey. Don't worry, honey, I'll save you. I will protect the West. I'm probably like, 85% Mexican, but I will protect the West. I will lock it down for you. He's got me, just a dumb goiper, right? I'm a dumb goiper. I'm incel. I can't ever get a baddie. I can't ever get a trad baddie like this. I'm a dumb incel. So Trad West, he's got me in a headlock. He's like, listen, look at this. Look at this. This is what you will never have. You will never have this. The 20 kids with the weirdly over-sexualized Wojak. Dude, this is like tell me you're just making slop without telling me, dude. Tell me you're making just horrible slop without telling me. This is so bad, dude. This is so bad. Homies using Wojaks in 2024. It's like, how do you get much more delusional than that? But no, like, so this video, I probably have played this video before to you guys, actually. I wouldn't be surprised. I tend to repeat myself on some things, but like, this came out, like, I think 2017. Might have been a little later than that, but it was in that era of like 2016, 2017, 2018, right? Tommy Robinson, again, cringe Zionist, we don't like him or whatever, but the video itself is great. And the speech and like the sort of, gusto that this message the video is giving is fantastic. And what it was about was it made me conscious about like white identity, right? Because me being like a libertarian and stuff like that, I didn't really have any concept of like what it meant to be white. I was completely deracinated. I was basically told, like, if you paid attention to race at all, you were like a just disgusting, evil, vile hater, and you were gonna hurt people or whatever. But it was videos like this that kind of helped me realize, like, no, like, I'm about my race because I love. I'm about my race because I love my people and I want to preserve my people. And so, like, stuff like this was a very kind of early introduction into, like, further right-wing thought for me, and it probably for most of you guys too.
I'm an Englishman. I'm from Bermondsey, southeast London. My father was called George. He was also from Bermondsey. His father, another Bermondsey man, was called George too. And his father, my great-grandfather, is from the same place. He was called Edward. These 3 generations of my family were in the fish trade. I'm the first member of my family not to work at the market in Billingsgate. My great-grandfather had 11 brothers and sisters. except one. They had 43 children. Of these, 37 married. And between them, they had a further 159 children. One of those was my father. I don't know exactly how many of his generation married or exactly how many children they produced. I've so far tracked over 200 of them. Many still live in Bermondsey. Some are still in the fish trade. There are 7 called George and 5 called Victoria. I stand here in front of you as a representative of all of them. And I ask in their name the great question put by our patron, Mr. Powell. What do they know of England, who only England know? Or what can my family, who come from England, who lived in England, who know only England, say of this, our country? Mr. Powell once spoke of the destruction of ancient Athens and the miraculous survival in the blackened ruins of that city of the sacred olive tree, the symbol of Greece, their country. And he also spoke of us, the English, at the heart of a vanished empire, seeming to find within ourselves, like one of our own oak trees, the sap rising from our ancient roots. And he said, perhaps after all, we, who have inhabited this island fortress for an unbroken 1,000 years, brought up, as he said, within the sound of English birdsong, under the English oak, in the English meadow, beneath the red cross of St. George, it is us who know most of England. And I appreciated him for saying that, because it was as if he spoke for my family, who understand well their own country, who understand even better their own capital, London town, as we used to call her. As we strolled in her parks, as we marvelled at her palaces, as we did business in the city, went west for a dance, took a boat on the river. The pale ale and eel pie of old London. The London of my family, for as many generations as I know. The London that within 15 years would be less than 50% white. London where in 15 years, a white person will be in the minority. Am I racist? No. Do I have anything against people of other races? No. Would I prevent them from coming into my home? No. So what then is my gripe? My gripe. And I speak on behalf of 7 men called George and 5 women called Victoria. My gripe is quite simple. My gripe is that we were never asked. My gripe is that we were told, not asked. And every day we are told again and again how we are to be and how our country is to be. We're told by them, and we know who they are. They're English too. They're the class that has always set themselves apart. They're the class that has always taken whatever they wanted for themselves. And now they are the class that is giving England away. They have never asked us, and they never will. Do we allow allow them to sell our heritage? Or is it time for us to speak? To speak. To refuse them the right. To give away our holy, our bountiful, our only England that has nurtured us naked, grown us as the oak. Is it time for us that England know to come yet again and defend our country with our fire, our fists? Is it time for our sons to rise again?
That's real. Right? That's real. Fundamentally, everything about our people matters, right? We are the culmination. We are the clay of all our ancestors, which God took and molded to make you and I. We are the culmination of hundreds, thousands of years, generation after generation after generation of men and women who fought and died, who bled, who gave everything to make us and defend us and create something great for us. And to sell that out, to let that go, to not defend that is the most shameful thing I could ever imagine. It is shameful to not want to defend with your life, to defend with every ounce of your being this heritage that has been given to you by God and that has been nurtured by Him. And that is the culmination of all the hopes and dreams and desires of your ancestors. It is wrong to not want to defend that. And so when I would watch an edit like that, it would really make me reflect, because all I had ever been taught as a kid, don't talk about race. Race is bad. Race doesn't mean anything. It's just skin color. It's just, the pigment of your skin, and it's like the color of your fingernail. It doesn't matter, right? It's nothing. And that is so unbelievably wrong. That is so unbelievably, I would even argue, satanic. Because God made you your race. He made all the beautiful races of mankind. White, black, Asian. Every single race is made in the dignity and image of God. And to forget and forsake that sacred heritage that you've been given by God because you're white, it's treasonous. It's evil. That's what it is. It's satanic to sell out a gift that you've been given by God. I did use the word satanic. I stand by that. It is satanic. Right? To have all this heritage that you've been given by God, and to again be molded out of creation, this clay of all your people, and just sell the farm, give it away. Anyone who does that should be ashamed of themselves. Anyone who does that should be ashamed of themselves. And I want to read a quote. By the way, apparently Nick is live right now. So if you guys leave this stream for that, that's totally fine. I completely understand. We love Nick. Nick deserves Nick deserves to be watched more than I, right? Nick, we love him. He's awesome. And so if you guys do pop over to his stream, that's totally fine. I'm gonna keep streaming just because I plan to, but if you kind of hop over or whatever, that's totally fine, man. That's totally fine. I don't blame you guys. I don't blame you guys at all. I'm trying to find the quote that really, really, really sticks out to me. It's on my phone. It's actually my favorites. I'm gonna send it to myself on Telegram real quick. So, Mang, you tripping, Mang. You white boy tripping. Mang, you white people always tripping, right? But let me pull up this this little passage. Forget what book this is from. It's actually, I think, from an anthropology book, believe it or not. But it in my mind, I think, synthesizes like everything that an identitarian fights for when we like advocate for our race, when we, you know, fight for our people, when we fight for our race. I think it really like gets to the heart of the issue, right? And gets to it in such a way that I think it makes people understand like what our fight is. So this quote's like favorited on my phone. Like I read it when, you know, I need a little bit of encouragement, when I need a little bit of just, you know, zeal, right? Not zeal contra me worshiping God. I don't mean it in that way. I mean zeal as in just inspiration. You know what I mean? Between this and reading scripture and reading what the saints have to say, I just feel so inspired to want to get up and continue to fight even when it's hard. Real quick, before I read it though, there were 2 super chats sent, and I want to make sure that I read both of them. So he will not divide us. Classic, dude. We all remember that. He will not divide us. That was classic. Hello from 2016. The best episodes I remember were Meme Magic and The Last Son of the West. I doubt they have aged well. Oh, Murdoch. Yeah, we can definitely watch those, dude. I think those would probably be funny. But thank you for the $10. He will not divide us. Really appreciate it, buddy. Creeper sent $25. Thank you, Creeper. Hey, I'm leaving for Army basic training in about a week or so. I know active military isn't viewed positively in the movement. I understand why, but could you pray for me? Absolutely, brother. We will pray for you. Hey, man, we love you. We want you to be safe. Please be safe, okay? We want you to be safe. We want you to be happy, and we want you to be healthy. So please, everybody, ask for the intercession of Our Lady to Lord our God. Please pray for our brother Creeper as he goes off to, active military training and stuff like that. We really want him to be safe and healthy, you know, because it's tough. I mean, it's, you know, military is not what it used to be by any means. So we really want him to come home safe, and we want him to be in good spirits and good health, right? So please pray for him. And I will add him to my prayers as well. So the quote starts thus: When you look in the mirror, you see not just your face, but a museum. Although your face in one sense is your own, it is composed of a collage of features you have inherited from your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and so on. The lips and eyes that either bother or please you are not yours alone, but are also features of your ancestors, long dead perhaps as individuals, but still very much alive as fragments in you. Even complex qualities such as your sense of balance, musical abilities, shyness in crowds, or susceptibility to sickness have been lived before. We carry the past around with us all the time, and not just in our bodies. It also lives in our customs, including the way we speak. The past is a set of invisible lenses we wear constantly, and through these we perceive the world and the world perceives us. We stand always on the shoulders of our ancestors, whether or not we look down to acknowledge them. I mean, you cannot read that, right? You cannot read that and not feel inspired, because it's true. Whether people like to admit it or not, whether people like to be honest about it or not, you stand on the shoulders of your ancestors. Your ancestors, God and your ancestors are why you're here. the blessings that God has given your ancestors to create you, to make you, and to, keep them safe so that they could, nourish their bodies and their souls so that they could make you one day. And that this lineage could be passed down and live on inside of you. That's real. You live that every day. That's something, whether you like to acknowledge it or not, it lives on inside of you. It lives on inside of you. And so if you negate that, if you shove that to the side, you're doing yourself a disservice. You're doing yourself a disservice. And so very much so with this quote, we bring to mind the fact that it's like we are the culmination of thousands of years of creation. We're the culmination of all our forefathers going back to Adam and Eve and the beauty that comes from having that heritage. And we live on our ancestors' shoulders in the very bodies that we have. It's the clay by which God molded us. And so if you fail to acknowledge this, you're doing your ancestry, you're doing your race a great disservice. And it's very, very important that we acknowledge that in all truth and all charity to those who came before us, right? So, Florida Crusader, man, okay, I'm going to be real with you, dude. I don't know what this spurging out constantly in the chat about Eastern Orthodoxy is and stuff like that. You got to get offline, man, okay? Like, it's like every day when I see you log on the streams, okay? I love you, and I pray for you, and I want you to become Catholic and stop this nonsense that you're currently engaged in. But it's a little autistic, okay? I love you, and I say that with all love. I'm not saying that to insult you, but I'm getting a little perturbed and annoyed. Like, read the room a little bit, okay? You're not going to convince anyone here of the Eastern Schism, dude. We've read all the apologetics. We've seen the Jay Dyer videos 100 times over, okay? So that just is what it is, okay? Right? We've all seen the Jay Dyer videos, all right? Guy's not impressed. We've seen so many. In fact, we've seen so many that I think we can finally understand the separation between the Palamite essences and energies. You guys know what video I'm about to play. I played it the other day. And dude, the orthos were so pressed. They're like, oh, Jay beats you and you have to start posting this. I'm like, okay, number one, Jay did not beat me in that debate. Let's get that straight, okay? I'm not saying like I won or something like that. I don't think it was some like, necessarily like big win or anything like that on my part, but like I mean that's just cap if anyone thinks he won that debate. And I still need to do the recap of it. I plan on probably doing that next week. But I mean, they make this guy into an idol. You know what I mean? They make this guy into like idol and just a fixation. And so anytime he's attacked or even remotely criticized, they just go for the throat. They're like, huh, you're coping and seething because you lost the debate. I lost the debate about I lost the debate about what? When he changed the subject midway through, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? We're talking about the papacy. We're talking about ecclesiology. And he's like, well, you don't have the infallible list of infallible interpretations, even though that's literally not our epistemology, right? As if like Catholicism is this rational exercise where I have to have this list of infallible decrees from the Roman pontiff or else I'm going to hell. That's not the disposition of heart that I need to have in order to go to heaven. That's not even our epistemology, right? I mean, Christian Wagner, we read the quotes actually the other day. I remember on the stream on, I think that was Monday, where that's not our epistemology in any way, shape, or form, but he can't help but misrepresent us because he's dishonest and slimy. Mr. Man Bun here. But I think we finally found the Palamite separation between the essences and energies with this little number. looks like okay, in that frame, this whole setup, he looks like some like professional student. You guys know what I mean by professional student, right? These are the guys who are like 25 or like in their early 30s and they're still going to college, getting some useless degree that like their poor, dad or mom is paying like thousands of dollars funding, and they've like changed their major, at least like 50 times, and they're always, shifting to a different major. He looks like a professional student that went down to the community center to present his like art project. And he's like, here's my song about Funko Pops, guys. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this song kind of goes a little hard. I actually want to see if we can pull up the original real quick. I kind of like this song a little bit. It's kind of a little bit of a bop. I gotta give credit where credit's due. I can't just hate on a homie just because he's wrong at like on everything else.
I got married to a Funko Pop. We got wedded, conjoined in a Subway shop.
We're not gonna listen to the whole thing, but okay, I gotta admit, it kind of goes a little hard. I don't want to just hate on a homie. Like, that song goes a little hard. It's kind of a bop. I like the beat. I kind of like the lyrics a little bit, like, I got married to a Funko Pop, dude. I got married to a Funko Pop. He also has a pretty funny rant. I will admit, his rant on, like, how bookstores have been turned into essentially, like, sweaty nerd shops, where they buy, and, he mentions again, like, Funko Pops and, like, anime and stuff like that. It's a good rant. Like, you gotta, listen, Dyer is insufferable, but you gotta give credit where credit's due. He did a good job there. So we appreciate that. That was good. That was definitely, worth a listen and stuff like that. So I finally have acquired the noose as a result of that video, of him singing in the community center to like old boomers who are like, what's going on right now? I thought this was supposed to be a Lynyrd Skynyrd cover band, and here's this guy up here with long hair singing about Funko Pops, but that's okay, man. That's okay. You can't hate on the player, dude. You can't hate on the player. Let's see. So someone was saying Meme Magic was the better of the episodes.
An organized movement.
Oh my goodness, dude. This is 18 minutes. We're not going to watch all of this, but I'll watch like 5 minutes in, and then maybe we'll kind of shift more towards like reacting to some of the TRS kind of like National Justice Party content. In the meantime, I'm going to play this video. I just got to use the restroom real quick, so I'm just going to mute my mic and just turn off the camera, but I will play this video for you guys so you're not, not that anything's not going on. I can still hear it because my bathroom's right there.
Mostly online, that rejects mainstream conservatism, promotes nationalism, and views immigration and multiculturalism as threats to white identity.
Well, I can't really argue with any of that.
When he is addressing an audience of American voters. And the grand godfather of this global brand of extreme nationalism is...
Ooh, is she gonna name drop Richard Spencer?
Maybe Jared Taylor or Ramsey Paul.
It's obviously Hitler.
Is Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Putin?
But isn't he just a meme? I'd really rather not go to war with Russia when there are greater threats elsewhere.
Wait, if Putin's behind it all, why aren't we getting paid?
Putin probably doesn't even know who we are.
Hold on, I'm calling him.
Hello.
Where's my fucking money?
What are you talking about?
Don't play games with me. I know you're the grand godfather. Now fuck you and give me my money.
I think they're called rubles.
I think you have the wrong number. I wonder who that could have been.
Look at this, guys. Murdoch-chan, Murdoch-chan.
So, like, the only credit I can really give so far is the music is kind of good. I mean, The Cure, you can't go wrong with The Cure, man. The Cure's classic. But besides the music choices, it's just very, very stale and like not funny. It's like, guys, we're talking about the thing that goes on in our political sphere. That's not humor, right? That's not really humor. Just stating, like, making just observations isn't funny within itself, right? And so, like, when they're, trying to just make this kind of observational comedy, emphasis on, the rabbit ears around comedy, it's very stale and dry. I mean, I still, again, even if you were living in blue-pilled 2016 where Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro were still regarded as, like, just these, based figures of the, mainstream right or whatever, I still couldn't see myself finding this funny. If I had seen this as a kid, I would have turned this crap off. I would have been like, dude, what is this? Like, this is not even really a product of its time. It's just lame.
And Murdoch-chan. It's all they fucking care about.
Well, what do you expect, Murdoch? You're talking about the small overlap of people who can romanticize the heights of Western civilization while at the same time appreciate a cheaply made YouTube cartoon. 3D women really don't tend to be their thing.
All right, guys. I'll see you next week.
Wait, where are you going?
Well, I really didn't want to say, because they only sent me one ticket, but...
Ticket for what, Murdoch-chan?
Well, I guess all those TV kikes out there think our show's just satire. So they invited me to a midnight brunch.
Oh, so now you're a sellout.
Murdoch-chan going to a Hollywood Jew party? Come on, there's got to be more to it than that.
Precisely, Dr. Murdoch. Rumor has it that Taylor Swift will be there. I plan to befriend her and drop some red pills. Infiltrate, subvert, extract.
But you can't leave. We need you for this week.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm sorry, guys. Can we just go to the alt-right cringe content now? This is just, like, insufferable. Like, this just isn't even funny. Like what is there to say? It's just stale. It's just not even, like, it's not even hilarious. It's just throwing things at a wall hoping it will stick, right? Hey guys, we dropped the K slur, right? Because we're Nazis. So that's really funny. It's really funny, guys. We dropped the K slur a couple times in our video. So that's really, really, really hilarious and stuff like that, I mean, like, is that supposed to be really that transgressive or what have you? I mean, how is it meant to be comedy in any way, shape, or form? How's it even meant to be entertaining? I mean, look, not everything has to be funny to be entertaining per se, but it's like, it's just not good. It's just not good in, like, any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I clicked on the other artist tab. It's like, it's really sort of like a nothing burger. You know what I mean? It's really sort of a nothing burger. We're just going to go to, like, TRS Exposed. If you guys aren't a part of that, Telegram channel, it's pretty funny, actually.
One more from
Let's see here.
That was only how it began.
I am pulling up some of the clips here.
I just heard loudness.
Remember when that shit happened? I was like, all right.
So
I think Keith Woods actually posted something about TRS. Here we go. Here we go, dude. So this is some quality content right here. This is just going to show you guys how much like just grifters these dudes are. And I mean, here's the thing about why can you not open the damn video, dude?
It has not been pleasant.
Ah, there we go. Okay. So here's the thing, right? Like the alt-right people who, for those who don't know what TRS is, it's the right side, right? It's the right side show and stuff like that. It essentially was this show made up of like Mike Enoch and like another guy was named Sven on there. And there was this dude who looked like an ogre with like gauges in his ears. And it was just a bunch of low IQ. Some people don't know what this term meant. I titled the video this, but Wignats. What does Wignat mean? So Wignat means Whigger nationalist. And it essentially is, it is the right stuff. What did I even say? I'm so tired. The right stuff, right? That's what TRS stands for. So the term Wignat meant Whigger nationalist, and it was a term meant to insult sort of the like low IQ, kind of almost evil elements of groups like this, like the National Justice Party or the OG alt-right with like Richard Spencer and stuff like that, Mike Enoch, Matthew Heimbach, these guys who like would go to rallies and they'd have all their skinhead buddies like beating up, Antifa members in the crowd and stuff like that. And they'd, dress like crap and they would just look like total freaking losers, man. Like total losers. They did not look cool. They did not have good optics, right? And not to mention, it's like some of the things in their message were legitimately evil. Like, I mean, some of these guys like legitimately hate people. They're not just pro-white. It's like they are pro-hating other groups of people just based on the color of their skin or what have you, which no Catholic can ever approve of. That's not right. I'm a white identitarian because I love my race, right? And all those dudes, sort of mindset is like anything that's just not white is evil. It's not so much about like loving their own race or trying to do what's best for their own race, right? It's just trying to hate any other race that's not their own. Heimbach was excommunicated from his Eastern, quote, Orthodox Antioch church. Yeah, I heard about that too. And I mean, like, look, I don't agree with these guys getting like doxxed or having their lives ruined or anything like that. That's horrible. We shouldn't wish evil upon someone just because, they have some bad opinions. But these guys were just such losers. And I mean, their party totally died out. The NJP, if you go on TRS Exposed on Telegram, you see the progression as time goes on. It just gets worse and worse and worse. More and more people left the National Justice Party. It was accused of like financial mismanagement and like they were pocketing money and abusing funds, of course, because they're just greedy and want to grift off their, pay pigs and what have you. And, as this video says, right, it's the Squidward meme format. And the guy Sven is like insulting his own supporters. Like this is supposed to be one of the leaders of the National Justice Party, one of the main head generals in the National Justice Party. And he's insulting his own base. He's insulting the people that he should be supporting and lifting up the most, right?
It has not been pleasant. And this content fucking suffered. For the last 3.5 years, we were forced to be no fun fags because we have to police people's ideology. We have to police what people think about events that don't fucking matter. Like everything that came around that wasn't like an explicitly racial issue or political issue. Like we're supposed to like, a couple months ago when like Keith Woods was doing hashtag ban the ADL, we could have just laughed along with that and had a good time. There was no reason to be no fun fags and yelling and screaming. But that was like the Eric Stryker Tony Hovader, NJP attitude. Like anybody who's fucking not completely pure and on the up and up at 100% of the time has to go, and they're pieces of shit and they're not good enough for us. You know what? Hashtag ban the ADL was fucking funny. I don't care. I know it was fake. I know it was never going to go anywhere, but that was a great fucking little campaign they did.
It was never going to go anywhere, even though now X has like totally opened up the speech. You know, I mean, on Twitter, even the stuff I'm fairly tame compared to like what other people say. And even like, I mean, even the stuff I say would get knocked back in the day. I mean, like that clip I literally just posted like 20 minutes before going live today of Dennis Prager admitting like Jews are behind like every ideology of like communism and you know, every sort of like liberal or left-wing ideology, there's a Jewish person behind it. If I posted that pre-Elon, you best believe I would have gotten banned. I would have gotten my account restricted. They would have shadow banned me. They would have pulled at the very least, some nonsense with me, and they would have restricted my account. And I'm not saying that X is where it needs to be right now. It's not it's not in its ideal state yet, but it's better than how it used to be. And because it's better than how it used to be, we're able to have a lot more honest and open conversations than we were before. We don't have to couch it or try and like get around the TOS or whatever like we had to in the past, right? But ban the ADL was huge. It was huge. It totally, you know, brought up the idea that like the stranglehold that the ADL has over Americans' thought and over just sort of the way that people are perceived in the public sphere or what have you was palatable. It was a massive success, honestly. And it was a success because, you know, Keith didn't just do it as like a one-off, right? He didn't just say, yeah, hey guys, ban the ADL. And then, you know, we go hard on Twitter with hashtag ban the ADL and then just drop it. It's like it had a progression. And it's had such a progression now that it's like you can be open and honest about not liking Israel and not liking the evils of Judaism and not get like just completely, you know, sidetracked, right? It's just, you know, one of those things where things were really successful with that campaign. So, I mean, Sven is downplaying it. It's like, it wasn't just funny. It was super successful. It totally got off the ground. We've been doing more than you guys who, I mean, this guy literally was on one of the streams. Beardson reacted to it like a year ago. And he was like whining about how he should have gotten the COVID vaccine, even if it like led to him getting a heart attack because he didn't like the sniffles. He didn't want to have the sniffles. And if only he got the vaccine and people weren't so anti-vax, then he wouldn't be suffering of the COVID. It's like, sounds like a skill issue, bro. You know, maybe take some like, I don't know, vitamins and go for a walk, right? Sounds like a skill issue, big dog. So, I mean, that, you know, fundamentally, it's like they're trying to downplay it. But Sven is also kind of spitting a little bit about how these guys are just seethers, right? I mean, NJP really backed itself into a corner of the internet where unless you were in our sphere and you were familiar with kind of the conversations and the, you know, interpersonal relations of like all dissident right groups, you know, as people in our sphere are prone to, you know, being familiar with, you didn't know who these guys were. And if the average person knew who these guys were, they wouldn't want to interact with them in any way, shape, or form. They're like, dude, they're like these fat middle-aged losers who, you know, are in the back recesses of, you know, Telegram. Telegram, man. Like, I mean, I love Telegram. I really love Telegram. Don't get me wrong. But like hanging out in the back recesses of Telegram, it's like you're only being seen by the people who distinctly chose to go seek you out, right? You're not really in the public sphere. You're not really on the, you know, public soapbox. You're just kind of in this bubble of people who already support you. And so it's one of those things where it's like, you know, they totally missed the mark on that and just became very irrelevant very fast. Patrick Roper said, I really need your guys' prayers. My curiosity is taking control of me and I need your prayers. Absolutely, brother. We will pray for you, okay? We'll definitely pray for you. You might want. I don't know what you mean by curiosity if you're struggling in your faith or whatever, but we'll definitely pray for you, my brother.
It was hilarious. Had a good laugh at it. But you had Eric Stryker out there crying about it, sour grapes, that he couldn't make a fucking impact on the political. You know, everything that Eric is mad about, like, they're all fucking debates that you've lost in the public space because NJP, these guys all retreated into the Telegram silos just like the Jews wanted them to, and then they told themselves that the internet didn't matter anymore. The internet doesn't matter. It's all fake. It's all this. It's all that. It's like, yeah, well, guess what? It's real when the only people that are going to like be interested in what you're doing are on the internet. You go out into the real world in IRL, and nobody actually does it. You've got a fucking organization of extremely online people who are well-meaning. They all believe in what they're doing. They all believe in what they're saying. They all believe in the cause. But they take all their beliefs and they take all of their inspiration and they pour it into Telegram chats. And they occasionally organize like ramshackle, like 20 to 40 man protests a week after a story is passed and out of the news cycle, and tell themselves like we're recruiting people. It's like, no, you're not. It's just not happening. It's not happening. These are people are all total online creations of their own fucking imaginations. They fucking read Mein Kampf. They read like the origins and rise of the NSDAP, and they think that matters. They're nothing. They're no one. These people are absolute jokes. Their lives are a mess. My life is good. My life has always been good. I signed on with these people to do it because I was good at fucking talking shit, and I wanted a fake job. And I got a fake job doing a podcast 3 times a week where I could lay around and be lazy. And I earned that, and I deserve that. And these people fucked it up. They fucked it up because they thought they were actually fucking doing something where they should have listened to Larry Ridgway. Where it's like, no, they're not doing anything. No, fuck that. This shit is all fake. This entire movement was designed by Jews. This movement was designed. No. This movement was designed by Jews to get Donald Trump elected. They got Donald Trump elected, and we're the remnants of it. And the fact that these people can't get over that, whereas I can get over that. I can do a show every day with the knowledge that, like, that's the best thing you can do. These guys can't get that over. They can't get over that. They're like, no, we're actually the Nazi party. We're actually like Hitler and Goebbels. Like, no, you're not. You're the guy with the half-Jew wife, and you're the fucking Puerto Rican in the wheelchair that no one likes. And you're the fucking salesman with the big forehead that lives in the middle of West Virginia that fucking, like, has no connection to reality. And then, like, the other people just aren't even there. They don't even matter. You have, like, the like, this whole thing is a sham. And it has ruined my life. And if I could go back in time, I would just sell paint and never be involved with this. It was absolute shit.
That's brutal. It's like, bro, tell me how you really feel. Tell me how you really feel. I mean, he just ripped them apart, dude. Like, I mean, look, I could have gone on the same rant. I'm pulling up more sort of NJP cringe content, so bear with me. But like, I could have honestly gone on the same rant and made the same points. So could have anyone, right? We could have made those same observations, but the fact that like one of their own made those observations and just like rip them to shreds is just insane. I mean, it really characterizes all you need to know about them. You know? Just the inability to like properly organize, the inability to be relevant in any like meaningful way. I just how do you get by that? You know? How do you get by that, dude? How do you maintain any relevancy when you're again, like, you know, Sven said this, but you're interned in these Telegram silos that you've made for yourself, and you have not created anything unique or special or innovative in any way, shape, or form, because that's not cool, man. That's not cool. We should be totally just, completely unappealing to people, and we should really sort of just stick in our lane and not try and create anything unique or special or just innovative in any way, shape, or form. And it's like, this is how the alt-right was. I mean, really what happened to them was they kind of were right? That's a very strong kind of, but they were sort of popular, right? And after they were sort of popular in like 2016, 2017, when, everybody was just looking for an out of, sort of normie conservatism, they fell off the face of the earth because Charlottesville happened. And we all know what happened at Charlottesville. It was a complete crapshoot, dude. It sucked. It didn't work. It was a very, very, very horrible event, right? And it made them look so bad that like nobody wanted to be a part of them. Nobody wanted to support them. Nobody wanted to say, yes, I am a member of the alt-right. Even like other sort of like white nationalist types were like, these guys are like freaks. Like, these guys just look bad. They're like fat and like unappealing and stuff like that. Like, what is going on, dude? So I'm on the right Telegram, but I don't know where their speeches went, man. I was trying to look for some of their content, but it just seems like, I think whoever was like managing their official Telegram account quite literally just deleted everything. Totally stabbed them in the back, and then now they are just collapsing under their own weight. I mean, this is embarrassing, dude. Like, how are you going to just like collapse under your own weight like that? How are you going to have someone just like delete all your content and everything that you did and basically wipe your existence off the face of the earth? Like, I know about these people and I'm having a hard time, finding sort of anything of relevance here. Sorry, I'm trying to find if there's any
that was only
kind of check out.
One more from Dissident Thoughts. How come every nice place to live in have extremely?
Yeah, that seems to be sort of the end of the clips, right? But like, I think the point still stands. Essentially, I think the point still stands that all these sort of like other, I don't even know if you'd call them dissident right, to be honest, but all these other like sort of far right groups that were just not AF all petered out. They all petered out, right? I mean, they all were these just, shots in the pan, flash in the pan type movements that, really did not amount to anything. They did not amount to any sort of real meaningful action or anything like that. They all wound up essentially becoming irrelevant. They were either relevant and they didn't know like what to do with it, right? What the hell? Oh my goodness. Someone's saying some disgusting stuff in chat. I don't know if any of the mods are here. It's okay. I'll ban her. That's gross, dude. Dang, some troll account. Dang, bro. Just disgusting. Get her out of here. Ban her from the chat. Ban her from the chat. Absolutely disgusting. It's okay. She's gone, boys. The disgusting seductress, the disgusting succubus is gone. She is no more. But I'm pulling up some more content for you guys to. I'm pulling up some more.
They're on Telegram making videos right
guys. Now. Let's see.
It is impaired American.
Oh my goodness, dude. So okay, so what I'm doing is I'm looking up some of these like Patriot Front videos and stuff like that, and some of them are like so gross that you just can't really. Because the one I'm talking about, the one that's like disgusting, is the one where it's like the dude where he's like, so I got to feel you up to see if there's a weapon on you. And then he's like bringing his hands all down, right? He's bringing his hands like all down on the, the dude who he's trying to like check that there's not a weapon on him, right? To check that there's not a weapon on him. I banned that other girl or whatever. What is it, dude? Is it just like some bots or like some weird trolls trying to like, crap up the chat with just goon content? That's disgusting. It's okay. I'm making some of you guys mods. We'll figure that out. Scholasticus, you are now a mod. You're now a mod. No name, you're now a mod. You've earned it, buddy. You put in your 10 cents, soldier. You are now a mod in the chat. Never goon, never edge. So true. Total gooner death, dude. Total gooner death. But I mean, Patriot Front essentially kind of gets off on the fact that they're like, well, we're doing stuff. And it's like, the stuff that they're doing in question is like banner drops, spray painting. By the way, putting all their members' names on a public drive. A public mega NZ drive that was doxed by Unicorn Riot. So now you literally have all your members' full names, license plate numbers, everything just doxed and out there, right? Wow, gotta love that. You're really saving the white race with that one, right? I mean, let's check this out. So, here's their Fed, Thomas Rousseau, right? Talking about like activism. Apologies. I have to like scroll through a lot of these Telegram chats that I'm like not in and stuff like that. All right.
So you say you can't be an actor.
So I think what he's trying to do here is essentially castigate guys who are like, you shouldn't do castigate guys and say like, it's stupid that, you don't want to do activism. You don't want to be an activist for the movement. And it's like the activism in question is like, oh, you mean committing like felonies and getting my life ruined? And even if I don't, commit a crime, right, being a member of Patriot Front, I at the very least get doxxed and then get my life ruined forever, right? That sound like a good plan to you guys? Do you think, because I was going off on this today with some people who are my friends, and they're just straight up like, I'm sorry, acting like idiots, right? Like, I love my friends. When I say this, don't get me wrong, I love them, but like, I had some friends today that were like saying essentially, that we're going to join the American Black Shirts, right? That's the new organization, the American Black Shirts. We're going to join the American Black Shirts, and we're going to save the white race. And this is, I think, their website, right? The American Black Shirts. American Black Shirts home. Home of the American third position. The American third skater Jacob said, your life is already ruined, you get no play. Hey man, if you're down bad and you want to be a slave to women and stuff like that who hate you, that's your prerogative, dude. I'm incel. Have fun being a slave to women. I hope that really works out for you. But anyhow, wait, someone said, bruh, the ADL link is higher than their actual website. So true. So, I mean, number one, first of all, I do know some website design. I studied it in school. It was part of what I did for my computer science degree. So I know some basics. Not super good at it. I'm not some super web designer. I've had, for like even my website content, I had other people design it who were a lot more qualified than I am. But I know some basics. How the hell am I supposed to read this? Like, you put white on white, my dog. You put white on white. How am I supposed to read this text here? Socials, follow our Telegram, follow our Instagram. It's like a 15-year-old made this website. I can almost guarantee you. A 15-year-old made this website. This is like basic elements of web design. And look, they've got the fire rising. They've got the fire effect rising in the background and the like flash wave, TV glare on the monitor in the background, right? Oh, by the way, that super chat that just came in from .slop reminds me, I need to read Jesus Lord's super chat and then I will read yours, .slop. So Jesus Lord sent $5. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I left Lutheranism and have been going to Mass and adoration every week since January with my Catholic grandmother while learning to pray the rosary. Please pray for my journey through RCIA this fall. Thank you for your videos. Oh, Jesus is Lord 407. That's awesome, dude. We're so happy to hear that. Dude, that's great. God bless you, okay? Keep going to Mass with your grandma. Keep praying the rosary. Keep increasing your devotional life and stuff like that. And we're so happy to have you become Catholic, man. Blessed be God. That is such a white pill. Such a white pill. Slop sent $5. What is your opinion on Tim Gordon's views about how married women shouldn't work and shouldn't leave the house without their husband's permission? Tim Gordon is pretty based on the feminism issue. I've actually been a huge Tim respecter. We don't agree on church politics hardly a lot, but I will say I do agree with him on the issue of feminism. He is really good at that issue. And I like how he has emphasized the fact that women have their role that they need to stick to. I think too many people cuck out on that question and they aren't willing to stand up for the traditional conception of a man and a woman's role in the Catholic family. But he's done a really good job defending that role, and I'm very impressed with him in that regards. I definitely am a huge Tim respecter when it comes to the question of feminism. But thank you for the $5, dude. That was awesome. So, this horrible, just white on white that I can barely read. This is their opening description, right? The American Black Shirts movement was born out of a demand for activism and alternative politics in America. We wish to take the third way against liberalism and socialism. We are not united in the deep belief that we are fighting so that a great land may live. I mean, literally just the most boilerplate, like, edgy fascist, I wrote the new Mein Kampf in, early high school type language I've heard today, right? Just super boilerplate, like fashy language. The third way against liberalism and socialism and degeneracy, right? And Augustine asked in chat, what's wrong with that statement? Well, what's wrong with that statement is it's ambiguous, right? It's ambiguous. And this is the same problem with, again, like groups like Patriot Front, groups like the American Third Position, Black Shirts, whatever they're called, is they all kind of map out these like ambiguous isms that you're supposed to follow and dedicate your life to. There's no plan of action. There's no deeper sort of movement to establish any sort of political action, except, again, retarded banner drops and sticker posting, right? But they completely negate that. They completely negate any deeper political action or political plan because politics is cucked, man. Politics is so corrupt, so we got to dress up in matching uniforms and march out in the street and completely alienate apparently the people we're trying to save and fight for, right? It's ambiguous. It doesn't really mean anything. It's a nothing burger. It's like baby's first far right politics, right? So that's horrible. And then, you see these images. It's like, oh, they got the fash aesthetic going on, right? They got the JC Penney jeans, right? They got the Levi's jeans, the like frickin' North Face, pullovers, and the matching gray masks. American black shirts. Dude. They're going the active club, which nothing's wrong with working out. I mean, working out's a good thing, but it's like, it's integrated into this whole, larger problematic package. You know what I mean? Like working out's great. Definitely work out. Take care of your body, right? But it's integrated into this larger package of not having any actionable items, right? Not having any actionable political movement. Just ambiguous boilerplate ideas that, again, a teenager could write about. Patriot Front, Butterboy said, we aren't owned by feds. We are anonymous. Anyone can get in, but not feds because we vet people, their personal info. Oh, yeah, so I just dropped my full name, my full docs to people I've never met before, and I'm sure I can definitely trust because, hey, they said they were the based fash group. Like, with all due respect, Butterboy, give me a break, dude. Okay? Give me a break. We vet our members. Guys, we're not feds because we require you to literally dox all your personal information when we vet you. That makes perfect sense. Dude, that makes perfect sense. That's the last thing that a fed would do, right? Is make me dox all my personal information when I'm joining a far-right organization. That just sounds completely ridiculous. I do you hear yourself right now? I don't think you do, man, with all due respect. No Name tipped $5. Hey, Pine Sap, thanks for making me a mod. First off, I enjoy your stuff. Hey, man, it's not a big deal. I asked this twice. I'm sorry if I'm getting annoying. And I wanted to remember if you remember when Hate Lab was still around and what your opinion is on active clubs. I don't know. I'd never heard of Hate Lab before. That's probably some deep lore stuff I was not familiar with. So I don't know what Hate Lab is by any means, but active clubs, I mean, here's the thing. It's like, yes, like in a like 400 feet above Earth view, like, is it maybe good to join a club with like some, good men who, you guys do like MMA or something like that or whatever? Well, not in like a weird gay way, but just like in a way of like, hey, you got some buddies, like you guys do MMA together or work out together or whatever. Is that a good thing from like just kind of a like fisheye lens perspective? Yeah, sure. I would say that's definitely a positive thing. That's a positive development for sure. I'm not opposed to that by any means, but what I would say about these active clubs is that they kind of come with an unnecessary baggage attached to them, right? Again, it's like still the whole like activism stuff. That's not really effective. It doesn't really change many hearts or minds. I mean, we in AF do more activism than these groups, and we don't make you sign a membership roster. We don't make you dox your full name. We don't make you face dox even. You could be completely anonymous, right? You could be like the head of a company and be like Fart Poop Chungus Groiper 61 on Twitter and be completely fine. And we don't do this like, little broing with you where it's like, well, if you were a real supporter of the movement, you would face dox and these guys respectfully don't fully face dox, to be fair, but it's like doxing your full name and becoming a part of a membership roster that most certainly that list is probably going to be like dropped later. You know what I mean? So it's just, it makes no sense. It's very, very tone deaf. It's very, very tone deaf to just how America is right now, because it's like journalists live for groups like this. Like this is like their bread and butter. This is like you dox a group like this and write about them, you're getting the Christmas bonus. Right? I guess I should say the Hanukkah bonus, right? But you're getting the Hanukkah bonus. this year because you doxed a group like this. I mean, it plays into every trope that the left loves. And it's not that we should care what the left thinks. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, like, there's a difference between doing the right thing and not caring what the left thinks and playing into the sort of, like, optical positioning that the left wants you to fall into. You know, I mean, you consider a show like The Watchmen that came out on Amazon Prime like 2 years ago. And they have this far-right group in there that literally does stuff like this. It's like they cover their faces and they do, and respectfully, that group's like actually violent in the show. These guys aren't doing any violence, to be fair. But, you know, they do this activism and they're this dark, menacing presence and you don't really know about them. They're this like mysterious, dark presence. And people think that's cool, but in reality, it's like it makes you menacing to the people that you're actually designing to help. And so even if you're doing things like passing out water bottles or helping in, when natural disasters or whatever happen, it kind of is missing the forest through the trees. The point is you don't look good. You don't look cool. When we march in Detroit with our rosaries and icons of our Lord and suits on, and everyone sees us for what we are, which is we're just good Catholic men. We're just men who love God and love our country and love our race, right? That's it. There's no gotcha. There's no like weird angle to it. It's like we're just normal Catholic guys. The left can't make that look bad. They really can't. Because anyone who looks at a news story or whatever is going to be like, what the hell? Those guys look completely normal. That looks like a dude I would like, would have grown up with or like work with or whatever. But when you play into this angle, it looks very off-putting. It looks very like weird and like you're kind of like a freak or whatever, you know? So that's my 2 cents on it, quite frankly. But I was going to read these 2 super chats that came through, read the chat a little bit. Culture War Criminal. I don't know if that's the real UCWC, but if it is, good seeing you, buddy. What is the strategic value of roasting defunct or irrelevant organizations? Seems unnecessary at best. At worst, it's just making more enemies. Also, your Betsy Ross flag is backwards. Yeah, I've gotten that from people. I just forgot to switch it, so I'll do it after this stream. I thought I was hanging it the right way. Just an honest mistake on my part. But, I mean, we're just having fun, to be honest. Like, it's a chill stream. We're not, it's not like I'm making some grandiose point. I mean, I am making a point in a manner of, I think groups like this do try to appeal to young men to get them involved in their activism, and then it winds up ruining their lives and making them really look bad to the point where they can't even get a job at like Foot Locker or whatever. So in that way, I am making a very serious point, but I'm also just kind of, roasting them because it's funny. I mean, it's kind of a lame group, right? I mean, that's what the stream is about. It's like, it's just kind of lame, non-AF dissident right stuff that's not successful at all. So, I mean, that's kind of my point with it. But, hey, to each their own opinion and stuff like that. And I'll definitely fix that Betsy Ross flag. I thought I had fixed it, but I just forgot to. Honest mistake on my part. But, I mean, yeah, it's like, this just doesn't look cool, man. This just looks very, like, ramshackle and put together. And oh my goodness, dude, the Roman saluting the, like, Roman saluting the fash flag that they've got put together. Let's check this out. Let's check this out, if it'll load. Hail our people. Hail victory. Hail Trump, hail our people, hail victory. We're the black shirts. Hurrah! I mean, this looks ironic. It's so bad. It looks like someone, made this as sort of like a dig on, on guys who do this stuff. Like guys who are in these activist groups. Like, this doesn't look cool by any means, right? I mean, it's like like, what are we going? We got the fold-in chair and like this, some kind of like altar or whatever. Okay. Are those weights under there or whatever? I mean, it's like the whole like look of this is just really bad, dude. Flag Day speech. Black shirt speeches to the American nationalists. Oh my goodness, dude. The speech starts up, right? Greetings from my fellow Americans, black shirts, patriots, fascists, and nationalists, including those of the socialist variety. I'm the chairman of the American Black Shirts movement. I'm very grateful for the platform, the Black Hill, and you all. Americans are at the dawn of a new era. We cannot be idle during this time of rapid decline. Our enemies are many. Our friends are few. As men of European heritage, we have the responsibility of being trailblazers and explorers. The revolutionary European spirit did not die 79 years ago. The whole world is tired of democracy and Zionism. Americans in the Western world are rapidly seeing alternatives. The words fascist, nationalist, and patriot do not have the sting that they used to. Let us not be satisfied with old methods and modes of political systems. Blood thinks he's Hitler, dude. Like, homie thinks he's like giving like a Mussolini speech on the balcony right now. He's like, listen, as fascists, as nationalists, as true Americans, it's like, this is where, you know, the guy who just got like red pilled on the JQ, or like, you know, baby's first Telegram channel or whatever. This is the kind of rhetoric they're operating with, right? Like POV, you're 17 and you just like got red pilled, right? I mean, it has no sense. Like, when you have no sense of self-awareness. Here's the thing. One of the biggest things about optics is self-awareness. How does this look, right? How does this look to people, right? And it's clear that these people have no sense of self-awareness. They have no sense of like, how is this going to go over with people? How is this even going to go over with ourselves, dude, let alone other people? I mean, you see something like this, and it's like a 15-year-old wrote this entire speech in ChatGPT and said, okay, a little bit of Mein Kampf here, Kodranu, you know, all these things. Let's just spice it in here. Let's just spice it in a little bit, right? And it uses just kind of all the like tired old tropes and stuff like that. And I mean, I'll be honest, like this guy, you know, this guy clearly works out or whatever. That guy looks like a normal dude or whatever. But it's like, you know, for all those compliments I give, it's like you're wasting your talents with this lame like Substack, you know, baby's first Hitler speech type, you know, appearance, man. Like, what are you doing? Have a sense of decorum when you're like depicting yourself this way. I mean, like, how does this look, dude? This just looks like so ramshackle. Like, it looks so like just like randomly put together. Like, you got like Blood just like standing over here, not knowing what he's doing, you know? Oh, I can't zoom in. Dang it. Damn it, Bobby, I can't zoom in. Damn it, Bobby. The fascists got me again. Like, you got Blood just like standing over here like a bump on a log, right? None of them are in cargo shorts. It's so true. And listen, okay, to be fair, to turn the mirror back on myself, I know how the cargo shorts looked, okay? I thought AFPAC was canceled. Otherwise, I would have been in my suit. I would have been dressed better. I thought I was just hanging out for the day, okay? So listen, I took the L on that. I know I did. I know it wasn't the most drippy outfit in the entire world, but you know, I was trying my best, man, with what I got. Give a young sap a little bit of a break, okay? I was just trying my best. It was such a like last minute thing. I hadn't planned it out. If I had, I would have worn my suit. John said, I love you, Pine, but I don't understand the criticism. What are they doing? Am I missing something? Well, what they're doing is it just looks lame. It just doesn't look cool. Not only does it not look cool, but it falls into like every mistaken trope that it seems like the alt-right, or what was the continuation of the alternative right, and some of these other far-right groups have continually made, which is like the masks, the training camps, the banner drops over the highway and stuff like that. It's become like a trope. My criticism is it's become a parody onto itself, right? I mean, I don't like someone said carrying papal states flags is a non-starter in the US. I wouldn't agree with that. I think you can have a rally with the papal states flag or the I think this flag's called the gonfalon and make it look really cool. But it's like if these guys were wearing suits and there were like 40 more of them and they just looked like normal guys, you know, not like feds or, you know, guys who just read the PDF of Mein Kampf and thought that they were going to be the next brown shirts or whatever. If they just looked like normal guys, it would have been probably pretty decent. You know what I mean? It would have been decent. I mean, like that one Irish nationalist group in, across the pond, right? I'm trying to think of what their name is. Trying to think of what their name is right now. The National Party. National Party has good optics, dude. They're like normal people. They're normal people, and they're like marching for their homeland. They're marching for, not just marching, but they're, representing their homeland, their people, who they are as a race, as a distinct Irish Catholic people. And people look at that and they're like, these are normal, everyday, Joes. These are normal everyday figures. But it's like when you do this, it falls into every trope that every liberal publication, every daytime TV show that, the soccer moms are watching about, like, I don't know, The Good Doctor or whatever, and they always have to shoehorn some, episode in about the far right or the alt-right. It plays into every single one of those tropes. It's the difference between not caring what the left thinks about you and playing into their hand. We shouldn't care what they think about us, but we shouldn't play into their hand. Because when you play into their hand too well, you become a parody of yourself. And that's the exact problem. Nathan tipped $2. Is Keith a part of the National Party? I believe he is, if I'm not mistaken, right? So Nathan tipped $2. Sorry if I'm being annoying by asking you this if you've already seen it, but do you remember the stream TikToker AJ Williams? He got me into far right politics, but he's been on a hiatus for over a year now at this point. Yeah, AJ was a good dude. AJ is good optics. I like AJ. I don't know where he has been though. He's kind of fallen off the face of the earth. He might be like if you guys remember oh my goodness, why am I forgetting his name, dude? Why am I forgetting his name? Hold on. Why am I forgetting his name? I'm so pissed off right now. Other Paul debate. Adam Green versus Pine Sap. He's literally my buddy, dude. I have like dementia, bro. Why am I... Nate Darnell, dude. Nate Darnell. Why did I forget Nate's name? About to say Nathan, but I was like, no, like Nate Darnell. Like Nate Darnell took a hiatus because he, he's just doing life stuff and that sort of thing. But like, AJ might be in a similar position to Nate Darnell, where he, is just trying to, focus on other life stuff right now. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly understandable. I get it, But I mean, we've kind of, I was just going to read the belief section and then, we'll call it on this, not call the stream. I still want to stream for a little bit, but we'll call it on tearing into these guys. But I just like, oh my goodness, dude. Like the low res images, the lack of formatting and like panache, right? Lack of formatting, lack of like any sort of like organization on this home site. I mean, it literally looks like someone threw this together in an afternoon. I mean, you could seriously get like a WordPress website like this together in an afternoon. It really would not be that hard. There is no effort put into this, right? To be an American black shirt, you must love your country, hate degeneracy, love your family and people, hate treason, love God, hate weakness. Desire, and it's like, again, it's all this like pie in the sky type stuff. Not that like these concepts, and not that we don't believe in these concepts, of course we do, but it's like, where's the action items? Where is like the actionable content? It's so, I mean, Carlos said it in chat, it's so vague. It's so vague. They don't do anything, you know? I mean, let me put it to you, for all the people that are like, Pine Sap, why are you hating on them right now? Let me put it to you this way, right? You do these banner drops. You do these sticker postings. You do these, you know, you go tagging. You do the active clubs. You do the hiking events, right? And one has to wonder, it's like, okay, what is the end game of this? Well, to get out the message, brother. Okay, well, what message are you trying to get out? Well, these generic points. Okay, and then when that message gets out, what's going to happen? Well, things are just going to be changed. So it's like there's a lot of presuming that if they just have the good intent, right? If they just have the good intentions, that the road is just going to be paved for them. They don't have to, you know, they don't have to do anything more. They don't have to, you know, actually have actionable items that they can work on, that they can build. Hey, let's vote for this congressman. Let's support this congressman, right? I mean, on Twitter, like we were talking about supporting Dusty Devers. That's an actionable item, right? I think Dusty Devers, I'm trying to remember what office he's running for. Dusty Devers, member of the Oklahoma, I thought he was Oklahoma, but I just want to make sure, right? I thought he said he graduated from Denver. I'm like, Colorado? Let's go. Right? He's been a part of the Oklahoma Senate since 2023, and he's a member of the Republican Party. This dude is based. You know, he's hardcore on abortion. He's hardcore on degeneracy and, you know, sodomy, all those horrible things, right? And he's got like actionable items like banning porn. I'm pretty sure he said banning contraceptives, making abortion illegal and stuff like that, right? Like, it's one of those things where, oh, Augustin, CWC, that's you? Okay, my bad, dude. I'm sorry. I just checked my phone because you said check DMs. Do I do call-ins? Shoot, I mean, honestly, like, I might talk a little bit more, but yeah, I could open up a chat on Telegram or whatever and maybe do some call-ins. I'm down with that. I literally made this account to chat with you. Ha, no problem. Yeah, that sounds good, man. Sorry, I didn't know that was you in chat. Yeah, and listen, I mean, CWC, I'm not hating on you, dude. I get what you're saying about right-wing, like, infighting and stuff like that. I don't think we need to, you know, here's essentially what I'm trying to get at. I don't think we need to split hairs necessarily or be needlessly divisive when it comes to, like, right-wing groups, right? Because, I mean, there's, like, there's groups like, I'm trying to remember, I think he's associated with the group Action for Life or something. Trying to remember what. Abolitionist Rising, right? Okay, Abolitionist Rising is a like very, very, very hardcore anti-abortion group. Extremely hardcore. And they do some really good work. But they do have some anti-Catholic elements. Now, that being said, I think with a group like this, it would be more conducive to discussing with them and like talking with them and trying to bring them around to becoming Catholic rather than being like, well, you know, you're evangelical and you've insulted us, so we don't want anything to do with you, right? There's no reason to be nasty by any means. But at the same time, I guess what I was trying to get at with the black shirts or like with Patriot Front or what have you is it's kind of all it's a couple things. And I know this because I studied, marketing was my master's degree is in marketing. So I am familiar with sort of like how you market yourself to a certain extent. And this is a little bit of a fair pushback to a certain extent. Yes, it doesn't matter what you do. The left's going to hate on you. They're going to, try and make you look as bad as possible. But it also goes back to what I said about that also doesn't mean you should play into their hand. You know what I mean? If they're like, well, this group is going to do banner drops and they're going to dress in like matching uniforms with like, khaki cargo pants and, these blue like pullovers or whatever from like North Face. It just plays into their tropes too well. And so more that's my criticism. My criticism is not so much like, any right-wing group that is not necessarily AF is automatically bad or we shouldn't collaborate with them. I think Abolitionist Rising does great work. I think they're worth collaborating with. Or I'm trying to think of a couple other groups that, honestly, Nationalist Network was that way. Nationalist Network was that way. Because I remember when there was all that nonsense that went on, between Nationalist Network and AF a long time ago. And it was stupid. We look back on it now as like, it's like it water under the bridge, right? Like things have moved on in such a better direction and in such a more positive way. But it's like Nationalist Network and AF are adjacent and that coalition is important. That's good. But Nationalist Network has pretty good optics too. What Nationalist Network's been doing, just sort of, even when, you were giving your speech, Ryan, like, that was great optics, dude. Like I saw on your Telegram, like the shots that someone took from the crowd. I don't know who you had photographed that. Maybe it was just some random groiper or whatever, but like that was good optics, man. That was really solid. And so, I do see a role or a purpose of that. I think it's just when it gets into groups that play a little too well into the left's hands or are ultimately kind of like a thorn in the side of ultimately what we want to do. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you have a group that doesn't really know how to like operate in this very tight space of dissident right politics where it's like, one misstep and you could be looking at some really bad consequences. It's almost like even if they're super well intentioned, they become more of a liability, if that kind of makes sense. But, look, I think there are a lot of people in Patriot. I will say this as kind of a rejoinder. I think there's a lot of people in Patriot Front with all due respect. They're very good people and they're not bad people. They're not horrible Wignats or any, I don't think that about them at all. And I think at the end of the day, they just want to do the right thing and, defend this country, defend white people, the white race, put America first and even promote Christianity, promote Catholicism. But I think where the issue kind of comes from, or the issue that I have, is it's all about delivery, right? Similar to marketing. You can have a great product, right? Awesome product. But if you market it in such a way, right? If you market it in such a way that it just doesn't really produce good fruit or doesn't produce like good results in terms of like hitting its target demographic or, really sort of going down in the way that you want it to, it can become kind of a problem. But that being said, I want to reiterate, I'm not happy that the guys from PF were doxxed. That was horrible. That was disgusting. I'm not for any of those guys getting their life ruined. And I say this stuff, yes, there is jokes and humor, of course, but I do, and there's tongue-in-cheek jokes, but there is also an element of like, I really do care about these guys. I don't want their lives to be ruined. I don't even want the, NJP guys' lives to be ruined, right? The thought that like any of them would be doxxed or not be able to get a job or whatever, feed their family is like disgusting. Like, that's completely, and that's not Christian either. We don't rejoice in even, you know, with people we might, you know, kind of disagree with or whatever. We don't rejoice in their suffering. We, you know, we want them to become better. We want them to be, you know, better men and women than they were yesterday. So, I'm trying to think. You know, honestly, let's just do the call-in right now. I'll do it on Telegram. If you guys want to pop on over to, I'll post it in chat right now. The t.me/the narrow way. I can open up calls. That sounds good, man. And we can get to talking about kind of these pertinent subjects. So I just opened it up. Let me invite y'all, guys. Let me invite y'all. So you can feel free to call in. I wasn't planning on doing a call-in stream today, but hey, I mean, why not, man? That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Post the link in chat so anyone can join and stuff like that. But let's see here. We got Ethan, we got Ryan, we got Nathan. I gotta unmute Ryan first. I gotta let Ryan speak first. Let me see. I got married to a Funko Pop. Okay. Let me open it up. I think the audio should be good. Let's go. Okay, Ryan is on. He is on. Our very own veteran, patriot, and activist. We love it, man. Ryan, can you hear me, buddy? Oh, shoot. I'm not unmuted. Can you hear me, buddy?
How's my audio?
Oh, your audio is coming through good. Let me turn you up. There you go.
Hey, well, nice to catch one of your streams, man. How have you been? Still coasting on that high post Detroit?
Dude, I totally am. I mean, between the post Detroit like rally and stuff like that, and just everything going on in my life right now, it's awesome. So, what about you? Have you been up to really good things? I've been following some of the stuff on your Telegram and Twitter.
Yeah, I've been quite busy. I've been traveling around. I went to a conference in Vegas after Detroit, and then unfortunately, I actually got pulled off a plane when I was heading to my final destination to pick up my truck. So then I got stuck in Phoenix, had to hitch a ride down to Tucson and then drive back up. So I really only got home like 2 days ago. I've been pretty much gone for like 3 weeks from home.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
Yeah, it builds character, but you know, this sort of thing is expected in dissident politics. And sometimes you just have to keep your eye on the objective.
That's real.
And yeah, I mean, that was kind of just my point. What I wanted to say regarding the show today. I mean, you do make some salient points, and specifically this American Black Shirt organization. I don't know too much about them, although the guy that runs it, I believe he was in my DMs, and I do know he watches Cozy streams. So I didn't want to just see these guys who mean well getting just dunked on, because I've been in the dissident right for over a decade now, and I was like 15, 16 when I got into this. And a lot of these guys, you know, they're just trying to involve themselves in some way. They see the world around them changing. They see the political machine completely not representing us. I mean, they do have the flag of the Papal States. They have that Orthodox Jesus icon. So I assume these guys are probably more theocratic, you know, probably more similar to you than you might believe at first. But I don't think this group is perfect. I'll say that. I'll be nice about it. I don't know why these types aren't with PF. I think it is a bummer how, you know, people have these their pet issues. They have these disagreements, and then they schism. You know, it's kind of ironic. It is schismatic, almost like Protestantism. But I know sometimes these groups can be counterproductive, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I think sometimes it's better for there to be these little groups that these guys can have camaraderie with. As long as they're not like getting doxxed and ruining their lives. Like, I think, you know, some guys just really need to be part of a team. And I think if we can have groups where these guys can have their vibe, and there could be like, 5 to 10 of them, they all work out together, they break bread together, and they can keep each other, accountable for working out and stuff. I think that is in and of itself a good thing. And I do wish more Groypers would join their local active club because, me and Kyle Clifton, Gabriel, Mare, we've all been hanging out here in Arizona. And, the active club around here is a good group of men and women, their families. And it really isn't about activism. I think there might be some you might be a little mistaken on what exactly the active clubs do, because I was part of the original active club, the Rise Above movement, and that group is famous for getting completely dunked on by the federal government, because we would train MMA and then we would go to political protests and we would fight with Antifa. And of course, you cannot mix physical training and activism. That is playing with fire. I think everybody understands that. So the current iteration of this idea, the active clubs, they are specifically for working out. And I think these groups that are doing activism, they're typically doing it under a different organization like WLM or PF or something like that. But the active clubs specifically are for being active. And I don't think that it's controversial to say that, right-wing men, we need to be being strong and capable of defending ourselves and our loved ones. So what state are you in anyways, man? You should look into your local active club. Might do you some good. It's honestly, it's refreshing. And even as a streamer, somebody that's like reading Twitter or streaming every single day, there is a sort of like loneliness that you can fall into, even if you're talking to people online. Having IRL friends, people that you can share a beer with or hit the gym with, or just have dinner together with their families, like that is enough to keep you grounded in the real world. And honestly, I've lost some friends to suicide over the last decade, especially after like Charlottesville, after J6, all the doxings and stuff. And I'm really glad that Christianity and Christ has a central role in the movement now, because a lot of these Nietzschean or atheistic types, obviously when everything is lost, like why wouldn't you kill yourself? You know what I mean? But a lot of guys just need there to be common cause, mutual support. And I love AF, but there definitely needs to be more of an IRL camaraderie to it, because a lot of these guys, they come up to me in Detroit. They're like, "Oh man, this is the best thing that's ever, I've ever been to," because they don't have that IRL brotherhood. I mean, you felt it. You felt the energy. It's electric when we were all standing up there, when you were doing the rosary. I saw all those men and women. There was kids there. I mean, it was a complete white pill. So
yeah. Dude, no, I mean, you put your finger on the pulse for sure. Like there really was an electric there. And I think you've added a much needed perspective, because I have a tendency, and this, I would even ask for you to pray for me on this. I do have a tendency, I think, sometimes to see things one-sided and maybe go a little hard on people, not understanding like where they're coming from or where they are operating from. Because like when I think of, when I was thinking of these groups, I was thinking more of like not so much like guys just wanting to do the right thing. I was thinking more of like, someone who was almost like predatory, right? Like, I mean, I don't even know, quite frankly, you probably are more familiar with the history of this than I am, but like my mind instantly goes to a group like Atomwaffen, right? Where it's almost like a completely fake AstroTurf, like it doesn't exist. But
that was a federal honeypot operation. But I know what you mean. I mean, the problem with the internet is, I mean, I find myself falling into this trap as well. It just conditions us, especially those of us that have like a public following, to be as uncharitable as possible. And, it really says a lot that you're willing to admit that. And frankly, if more of us had the spine to do that, I think we would be in a better place. But that's why I wanted to call in, because I think so many of these organizations and the relations between them are the way they are because we are hearing about these other groups through uncharitable actors, through the grapevine. And, that's always been my point with the Nationalist Network, and, how me and Nick buried the hatchet. I want to be able to serve as a bridge so we can get more of these groups, at the very least, the figureheads, to be having dialogue, ideally, behind the scenes, just having some, just opening the lines of communication so we can avoid a lot of unnecessary stuff. Because there are legitimate critiques of these people. But I just want you guys to know, like, there were Patriot Front guys, there were Active Club guys in the crowd. There was Active Club guys and Patriot Front guys watching your back when you were doing the rosary. And I saw them in the crowd praying just along with everybody else. And I just want to avoid unnecessary conflict because, Trump's going to be sentenced possibly in a week or less. And God knows where we're going to be in 6 months, man. So I hope we could just come together, because Detroit was a perfect example of even groups that criticized Nick in the past. They were still there. I saw Thomas Rousseau said some nice things about Nick and about AF. So we got to be the change we want to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, that I think you bring up a much needed perspective, because in the early days, like, I would watch sort of the stuff go down with like NJP, right? Especially, and sort of the fights that seem to go on between like Nick and, like, I remember there's the huge James Alsop, back and forth blood sports stream that happened like 2018, 2019. And, from there, I kind of almost got this feeling, I think, or this perspective from that, where it was like, oh, it's like always bad faith actors. It's always people who are trying to like make money, or they're trying to get their slice of the pie, not really considering like maybe the greater good. And, kind of instilling that perspective, I think it gives you sort of this perception that maybe everyone's like that, or everyone is operating from that basis, when in reality, it's like, I think there's a lot of people, as you were saying, that are not coming from that perspective. They're not coming from that perspective of like, oh, I'm trying to throw this group under the bus or Nick under the bus or anything like that. They're just trying to do what's best in the best way they know. And I think to
exactly
be harsh on them is definitely not it. And I think I'm checking some of my presuppositions a little bit now speaking with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, hell, there were former NJP, senior people at Detroit too, for the record.
Oh, wow.
So it obviously Nick won, obviously AF won, and I think it's important to be gracious in victory. Don't gloat, don't it's like football, don't like throw the ball on the ground and start doing a dance. And they literally penalize you for that. Because again, what does that accomplish? And another thing I've noticed is right-wingers, especially dissident right-wingers, for some reason, operate so much more ruthlessly when infighting. They say civil wars are always the most brutal, but like we are way more vicious with perceived traitors within our own ranks or with rival groups than we are with the left. Like if we operated with 1/10 of the ruthlessness when we were opposing the left, I think that would not be a bad thing. But I just don't understand why we are so cruel to our fellow right wingers. I think it's because of what you said, though. You said we are operating on the assumption that these are bad faith actors. But in my experience, I think even some of our most, like, for example, some of the guys that were the biggest pain in my ass historically, especially with my falling out, I actually met them in real life and we smoothed things over because, again, I and they were both doing what we thought was right. We were still operating from a sense of like a desire for justice and to improve the country. So I think, honestly, just like dispelling rumors and, well, let's be real. Just talking to people directly gets rid of like 99% of these problems. That's how men are. When you're
That's
face
true.
to face, you know, I met Beardson in like an airport terminal, and like we were chatting, and like it was totally chill. You know, after what was it, CPAC, like a year ago or whatever. I mean, yeah. I mean, we met finally.
Yeah,
and,
dude.
that was epic.
Yeah, I mean, we met at FR2, and I remember because I've never been a very confrontational guy. I'll be completely honest. You know, I just have always been a lot more soft spoken and stuff like that. Not that I can't do it when I need to, but you know, I don't like to be at odds, I think, with people, generally speaking, especially people who are more in my direction. You know, when I saw you at FR2, I was like, you know, like I made those, I even told Grayson this at Detroit. I was like, I made those TikToks about you guys, and like, I feel bad about it, you know, because like at the time,
Oh wait,
I was
what
like,
TikToks? You gotta send me a link now. I didn't see this.
oh yeah, I gotta see if they're still on my phone, to be honest. They're either on my Telegram or they're either on my phone.
That's jacked.
But dude, they're so cooked. I definitely have improved.
It's all water under the bridge.
Yeah, but I mean, exactly. Like, it's all water under the bridge, and I really don't want to like be, I think, like at odds with people anymore. Like, the older I get, I'm like, man, dude, like, life is so short that it's like, why hate on people? Why dog on people or be nasty towards people? Like, the world would be such a better place if we were just kinder to each other. You know what I mean?
Right. And we have plenty of enemies already. What we
for sure.
really need are more allies. And no, that's a good way to operate. And the other thing too, though, is I think the internet really gives people like a false sense of invincibility, because you know, especially like the 1.0 types, you know, older people, they like, if you say stuff about them online, like they will check you in real life. And like with the active clubs, you know, a lot of those guys have been around a while, and you know, they've given me a perspective, because when people don't just like idly, or they don't just flippantly insult people, because people will like try to fight you.
Oh, for sure.
So I think that's a good thing, though. Like, I think it's actually good that people understand that if you insult somebody, if you cross the line, you know, you might have to answer for it, because it keeps men honest. And also, like, I don't know if you've ever been in a fight, but like, men, if you get in a scrap, and even if you lose, typically that is the end of it. And sometimes that's the quickest way to resolve a conflict, is you just like box each other or something. And honestly, I think if I was Nick, I would institute a policy where, like, if streamers are beefing, they should just like get in the ring and stream it. That'd be funny. Or don't stream it and just settle it like men, like our ancestors used to do.
Dude,
it comes from like, yeah, I mean, it's from a position of love too. It's not like you want to fuck up the other guy, pardon my French, but like, you're doing it because you're if you have to back up your words with, you know, your fists and with your nose getting hit, you know, then I think that would get rid of a lot of this feminine bickering. And I definitely see the movement becoming more grounded in the real world. And I think, I mean, I'm looking at the AF, comparing it to the AF of 2 years ago, or the AF of 4 years ago, or hell, the AF of 5 years ago when I was in the Groiper Wars. And it's head and shoulders above where it's been. So I'm white pilled.
Well, and I, you know, the stream last night, like between the new studio and stuff like that, and Nick saying like, I want to make like America First an actual like institution 2025, like that's what we need. It's that kind of progress we need, because, you know, trolling on the internet's fun and all, and maybe we'll always keep that in a certain sense. There is a certain rhetorical advantage to it, but you can't always be just like in this position of not progressing somehow to something even greater than you were before. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And like self-criticism, you know, somebody raised a good, or asked a really pertinent question earlier. I'm going to try to find it. I think he was saying, Onyx said, why can't you be active on your own? Does it need to be affiliated with politics? Many of my friends are groypers, yet unaware of the movement. And I don't know if he was referring to the active clubs or if he was referring to just groypers in general. But I think what I would say to that is when you have, you know, your comrades or your workout buddies, whatever you want to call them, your pals, you can hold each other accountable. And that's why, you know, Christians are called to have fellowship with one another, because you are your brother's keeper. And when you're slacking off, when you're not motivated to go to the gym, maybe your buddy is motivated to go to the gym. Maybe he will, you know, cajole you or shame you or whatever, inspire you to get off your ass and go hit the gym. Maybe, you know, you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. Maybe you're, I mean, hell, even basic stuff. Like you walk out of your hotel room at the conference and your collar's jacked up and he'll fix it for you. Like having guys there to criticize you or critique you for a good end. I mean, that will allow you to just be infinitely more effective than you would be on your own. And the enemy wants us to be atomized, because when you are in your own echo chamber consuming media through the filter of these algorithms, you really are not having a grasp on reality. And I always call on groypers and nationalists when we're browsing Twitter to realize, like, you know, yeah, we're winning the information war on these platforms, but Twitter is not indicative of real life. Twitter is not a even like an accurate sample of like what your average American believes. So, you know, even if, you know, we might be ratioing people on Twitter, even if these ideas are becoming more common, more popular on Twitter, we have to also understand, like, this is not having any bearing on like anybody over the age of like 30, pretty much. So, you know, we have to understand that this is just one battle space, but, you know, this is a total informational struggle. And some of these things like the ACs or whatever, like wearing all black, like that might not appeal to you or some of the AF types, but, you know, there are demographics that does appeal to. And you know, like having menacing dudes in all black. I mean, hey, I remember at Fuentes Rally 1, I believe, there was dudes in all black with like plate carriers on doing security there. So obviously there is a time and a place for like scary security guys, right? I think the movement understands that.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
Just like, yeah, well, like, should they be standing at an overpass? I don't think so, right? But at the same time, all right, well, you have security guys. They got to know what they're doing. I know PF was getting clowned on for that video of them patting each other down, and it looked kind of sussy. But like, you know, that happens to me every single time I go on an airplane, because I have the Quad S thing. And some TSA guy literally does that, where they pretty much fondle you, trying to pat you down. And it looks sus, but like, that's how you pat somebody down for weapons. You know, like before every PF event, they do that. And frankly, you know, Nick probably should have more security for himself, because he's getting more influential. He's pissing off these powerful entities. And, you know, there should be groypers that know how to search people for weapons. There should be guys with metal detectors, because, you know, we gotta lock in. I don't know where the hell we're going to be in half a month, half a year, you know, but it's always good to have these skills. It was unfortunate that the video was leaked, but you know, what can you do?
Yeah, no, I do think that is important, because, you know, to some extent, like the stuff we do IRL and all that, you know, is really, really fun, and we get to hang out and all that. But there is a level of danger. You know, I mean, there is a level of us going to these events and there being just, you know, crazy enemies that are looking to harm us. And if we're not prepared to, you know, adequately defend ourselves, or at least have a barrier of protection there, you know, it can be a really bad result. And I would certainly agree. We don't want that to happen. So I do actually see that point. I think there is definitely like an element that we do have to have, where we do need to be menacing, not in a way, not, you know, in like a fed honeypot way. Of course, you know, you and I aren't saying that, but in a like just way of like, hey, you know, we know everything's safe. We know this event's going to go down without a hitch. You know, there's not going to be any trouble. We got good security, got good, you know, OPSEC going on and stuff like that. And, you know, if we have something like that, then we can actually create a space where it's like more of these events can happen. and people can be assured like everything's going to go off with a sitch, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, dude. No, I totally see what you're saying, and I think, like, I mean, like I said earlier, like I think you added a much needed perspective. The black shirts thing I brought up because we were talking about it like earlier today, and it just kind of reminded me of like some of the like well-meaning but just not really thought through, I think, actions that you get some of these young guys doing sometimes, and it puts them in a bad spot. But I think your feedback and your perspective is kind of invaluable to see, like, okay, I get that it's like people aren't operating necessarily from a point of bad faith. And I think that has to be appraised. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I just I just wanted you to consider the possibility that, one of those guys could be watching your stream, like we have to have a perspective, like come from like a mindset of charity, and
yeah.
Would him watching your stream, would it make him reconsider what he's doing, or would it like piss him off, hurt his pride, and then make him double down? Because in my experience, when people criticize, I mean, I've had people that I've criticized like early on in my streaming career, and they confronted me in real life. Like, bro, I was watching that, and like I was a part of that group, and that hurt my feelings, and then I feel bad, But I think as long as we can continue to recognize that we are more similar than we probably think. Like, man, I go to Patriot Front camping events and stuff. I went to a few MMA tournaments, and there really isn't that much of a difference between your average PF guy and the average groper that we saw in Detroit. Like, people in both organizations would get pissed when I say that, but I'm telling you, like, same age range, same like sense of humor. We all are on Twitter. We all grew up with like 4chan humor, maybe. But like, we're really not that different. The difference is a disagreement on strategy, a disagreement on tactics, and a disagreement on priorities in some ways. But ultimately, we are 95% similar, and we cannot let the enemy trick us into tilting at windmills, essentially, because we're all, I think, as right wingers, operating from like a self-righteous or like a moral fag kind of mindset, where we do actually believe in right and wrong. We do believe that we're fighting against objectively evil entities, and we think that this isn't just like a materialist, struggle between classes like the Marxists do. We think we're actually doing what is right and just. So we can't allow the enemy to take that and misdirect it into friendly fire, essentially. And I really hope that we could have more cooperation. I want AFPAC, the next AFPAC, to have all these guys from these different groups, defunct or otherwise. And who knows, maybe they'll be able to dispel their misconceptions of AF, because they think AF is a bunch of like, brown, fat, dysgenic types. But then all these guys, I invited them to please come to Detroit and see for yourself. And they're like, huh, like this gal from NJP, former NJP gal. She was like, holy cow, I am so happy. I had no idea that it was like young, clean cut guys. They were completely white pilled. And now she's going to go home and tell all of her people, hey, maybe we were wrong about this. So I don't know. I think it's good for everybody. And, if Nick can continue to draw these crowds and get high quality men and women to pull up to his events, and this will give him like a sense of, or a de facto sense of leadership in the movement, because they'll all want to kiss the ring. They'll want to send their representatives. So I think this is a very good development for AF. And, I mean, Nick's new studio is just like the icing on the cake. He is looking like a real mainstream like thought leader. And I think from a marketing perspective, you've got a master's in marketing, right?
Yes, sir. I
mean, it's just it's no longer like an amateur, like, oh, I'm just a kid doing my show, because now he's grown into, I am the head of a movement with real world support. And I think I don't know. I have a feeling that these ideas are gonna start becoming normalized at a increasingly rapid rate. So I'm glad I reinvested in Nick coin.
That's it, dude. That's what I'm saying. Well, and it was like it kind of reminded me, when we all met up. It was like it's kind of like the tribes, the kingdoms reuniting in like Lord of the Rings when they're like in Helm's Deep, right? Like over the valley, the Groypers are being besieged by like Antifa or whatever, and you're like the Roharian king riding on the horse with the like nationalist network just coming in to like bring up the rear and stuff like that. It was cool, man. It was awesome.
I never thought I'd fight side by side with a eugenicist.
How about a friend?
Kidding. Yeah.
Dude, that cracks me up. But yeah, no, I mean, very valid perspective, or not just valid, but valuable perspective. I mean, and seeing that, like, that building too, it's been so cool. Like in the past year, I mean, like the whole Kanye stuff was like me, even though he, it's kind of fallen off the reservoir or whatever, like that had like a certain level of meme magic to it where you're like, this random rapper is like going off about the JQ and like bringing like kind of, Christian theocratic thought more into the mainstream light and stuff like that. And I mean, I straight up had a good friend of mine who was like a dispensationalist Protestant who the year before I was debating, and I'm like, dude, like Levi, buddy, the Jews are not, fond of you. They think you're horrible and stuff like that. He's like, no, Pine Sab, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. I see him a year later after the Kanye thing, and he's like, Pine Sab, you were right about everything, man. I don't know what I was talking about. So it's like, even like the rhetorical change that has happened just because of like those interventions and like, the levels of just decorum that we're now having at these events where they're cool. Like there's energy there. People want to be a part of it. I almost like how we've adopted this sort of, I don't know if you've seen this, Ryan, but let me know if I'm off base here. But like, the aesthetics of a movie like Dune or whatever, where it's like this kind of almost like very there's this like contrast of like light and dark, and it's almost like we're bringing all of our aesthetics into like what this fight is, like a battle between good and evil. Like even our just aura and our presence like has really kind of undergirded like what we're all about. Do you feel the same way?
I do. And I just see the dichotomy between these disgusting freaks that are opposing us. Like in Detroit, I saw this this shaved head lesbian who was trying to like press people and film them. And you can just see the enemy, and they're like just looking at the crowd standing up on that platform. I just see this dysgenic freak, and I instantly know that she is our enemy just by looking at her. And I look at the guys surrounding her, and you can just see the dichotomy. I think ultimately this is why I am such a proponent of the active club and fitness, because your body is a temple, and we need to be living, breathing representatives of our ideology and of our cause. And I think if we can just exude strength and virility by just being fit, being tanned from working out, and standing with our backs straight, like we don't give a damn, me ne frego. That's what the Italian fascists would say. We do not give a damn what these people think, because we know in our heart of hearts that what we are doing is right and just. And in this decadent age where everyone's a fat, lazy schlub, by simply being fit and having a haircut, the left knows very well what you're representing when you do that. I'll never forget. I'm going to do a very brief tangent into an old head story, if you would be so kind as to let old man ramble.
Dude, well, I was just gonna say, like, you like talking with you took this stream up to like a 10, so talk as long as you want, man. I'm having a good time.
All right, well, Very well. Well, it was 2018, I think. It was the Identity Europa. We had a national conference in New York City, and we were we did a banner drop outside the Mexican consulate, and it was what was it? It said "One people, one nation, end immigration." And I know banner drops are definitely like cliche and passe now, but back then, banner drops were actually effective because they did get national media promotion. It allowed us to get millions of eyes on our stuff. And it's a great way to execute a objective and essentially drill your people on, okay, we need everybody to gather the supplies necessary, get the paint, get the canvas, make the banner, everybody assemble at a given location. We're going to walk together, we're going to do something, and then we're going to leave. And we have to do all this within like 10 minutes. So that's like in of itself, a exercise in team building and in leadership. But I digress. So we do this big national conference, and we do a banner drop with all of the activists from all around the country. And I'll never forget, we're meeting up like a block away from the consulate, and we're all, these white guys with, we had our haircuts, we had our fades, undercut. We all had, polos or button downs, khakis, and we were all in shape. There was like no fat people. And when we're walking to this square where we were meeting up, you could just see the crowds of people. And this was like, I think less than a year after Charlottesville or whatever, but people would turn and they would look and they would stare. And they just instantly knew that we were right wingers. We had no banners on us. We weren't saying anything. We're just walking, and they knew. Just like in Detroit, we were walking up to that park, and people were staring. They're like, well, look at all these young white men that are, mostly in good shape. They can just tell. It's in the physiognomy, and they understand it more than I think even our side does. So that's why working out is just good in every possible way. And frankly, it's okay to be a little menacing, being a little intimidating, because that is a great way to avoid conflict. If you don't want to overdo it, but if you look like a hard target, people aren't going to want to mess with you. And that actually can avoid a lot of unnecessary conflict, even with the enemy, because they are cowards.
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, we all saw the, based stickman videos back in the day and stuff like that. Like they fold like a deck of cards. I mean, they're not strong. You see all these like Antifa members get arrested, and it's like, this guy looks like he can't even open a bottle, let alone like punch someone, right? So You're absolutely right about that. I think if you have that like a little bit of that menacing, intimidating presence to you, they're not even going to like so much as look your way, let alone throw a punch.
Yeah, exactly. And if they do throw a punch, they will regret it instantaneously.
No, that's real. That's real. And that's a good point though. I mean, aura is huge because people can also feel when you take care of yourself, when you look good, you dress great and stuff like that, people can feel that presence. And it really is kind of almost this open question of like, who is that? Like, who are those people? And it gets them thinking, and they like almost want to, they almost want to then ask you all these questions as a result. You know what I mean? It like builds interest. It builds interest or like tension to want to like explore more.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's why the National Network, we always are wearing black, because when you have an aesthetic or like a vibe, aura, whatever you want to call it, it definitely attracts attention without having to say anything. And I think having a literal uniform is cringe and out of place, unnecessary. But I think like a dress code, or like a vibe going is definitely a good idea. I think being having a subcultural energy about you, having something that makes you approachable, but yet sets you apart from everybody else, I think is how we should be operating. I think we should operate with a sense of, I don't want to say superiority, but like a sense of self-assuredness and a sense of we are leaders ultimately of our people. We are like the vanguard of this this national liberation or whatever, almost to take a words out of like the communist playbook, but like we are in a sense like leading the American right. And I think we are the future. I think they know it. We know it. That's why they kicked us out of the Turning Point event. But that's also why we had throngs of people that were leaving the Trump speech. They were hearing what we were saying, and the crowd was growing. And I saw when you were doing the rosary, there was a lot more people than when we started, and they were pressed up against the fence. The police were getting frustrated. Like, go around, don't bunch up. But people wanted to hear the message. They wanted to hear Jesus's name. They wanted to see young men with backbones actually standing for something. You know, the American black shirts might be vague for their mission statement, but look at Turning Point. Look at the Republican Party. They're even more vague. They stand for literally nothing. So, in fact, they actually go out of their way to like say that they're against like any kind of like government morality laws or anything. So they stand for like less than nothing. They stand for the destruction of anything pure. So I'm glad that we're having this this dialogue, man. It was a long time coming, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, dude. No, well, and I was just surprised you were in chat. Like I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of was I was really happy to see you in chat. Like I was like, dang, like I didn't know Augustine in chat, because when I was thinking Augustine, I was thinking like a Catholic probably from like Instagram or something who was just naming himself Saint Augustine, but I didn't realize it was you. And so like to be able to like sit down and talk with you over this like pertinent issue, I think is huge, because you know, you've given me, I think, a much needed feedback and perspective that I'm now seeing things through a different light than I once was. And I think with that, it can be used to build something better. It can be used to like build people up, not just tear people down anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm learning from this as well. I mean, my name is just Augustine. You know, I didn't put anything like that would really. I mean, yeah, I guess you could see my face in the scuba gear, but you know, I came into this just kind of like not really completely serious. But then I heard what you're saying. I was like, okay, you know what? You know, maybe I should actually like in good faith. I mean, I'm going to be completely transparent here. I was considering trolling a little bit more, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe I need to humble myself. You know, I need to listen to what Pine Sap is saying, because, you know, I know we did have a little bit of beef. Like, I can't really remember what it was, but I think all of us, yeah, it's going to take all of us to bend the knee collectively, I guess. But I got to say, you definitely saved my bacon with the rosary. My voice was like about to fail, and you came in like divine intervention. I swear, because I was looking behind me. I'm like, does anyone want to speak? Does anyone want to say anything? Like, I need somebody to speak again. My voice is about to go out.
Dude,
and then they're like, oh, Pine Sap. Why does the Pine Sap come up? I'm like, oh, thank God.
Dude, you were just up there like dropping bars. You know, you were like dropping bars with this great speech, but like, you know, because you didn't have a megaphone, like you were having to use the full range of your voice. And like when I got up there and finally prayed the rosary, between like the heat of Detroit and just like not having that range, like I can see why your voice got cooked like that. It was tough. I mean, you really had to enunciate. And so, you know, you'd said so much that I was like, okay, we gotta give Ryan like a much needed break, man. Like he has been holding the line. Like we've got to give him the well-deserved break. He's more than earned it at this point.
Yeah, you know, I was a little sloppy because I hadn't protected my voice as much as I should have. But you know, none of that was planned. Like the march happened because, you know, I was live streaming, and then the Nick announcement came. So I was like, you know, why don't we just like start gathering people? And then we met up with Alexander's people. Then all that happened. But I was like screaming, and I was trying to shout like, hey guys, we're gonna go this way, blah, blah. And then ended up like, oh, you know what? Why don't we go to the why don't we march right back to the Turning Point event, so we have so many people? You know, it just kind of happens. So I think that's a good lesson for all of us. You know, always never just like assume that things are over. Never, you know, I guess use all of your strength. You got to keep some in a strategic reserve. Just think, you never know. You might have to just like ramble for 45 minutes on a soapbox.
No, for sure. Well, and the organic element is what made it so powerful too. Because like I didn't plan any of that out. I mean, I was over here when you were like leading the march, and I was hearing about like Groypers just hanging out. I thought we were gonna like hang out at one of the hotels or whatever and just like get lunch, essentially. Like it was gonna be like just a minor get together. And then it just turned out into this like throng of just nationalists, America First patriots, and Catholics in the street. I was like when I remember when we connected, I don't know what road that was, but it was like, I think near like a car wash or something. And I just see this like massive people going down the street to me. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm in the right place. Like I'm where God needed me to be in this moment. That image will be like singed on the surface of like in my brain forever. Just that like power and that like raw, just genuine love as like everyone was marching down the street and we finally like connected both the groups. I mean, I don't know what people saw driving by, but that must have been a powerful image to them as well, because it certainly stuck with me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember we marched by the Black Hebrew Israelites, and they were giving us like the most concerned looks. They're like, you know, what the?
It's like, what are these white boys doing?
They didn't do anything. Yeah, it was funny. I remember my first experience with them was again at that Idea Europa thing in New York City. We were doing that thing. I was walking through the park to get there. And there's a group of Black Hebrew Israelites like, you going into the chains, white boy. You're going into slavery. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, I didn't know this was like a real thing. But yeah, no, they were a lot more humble when the Groyper Legion was mobbing down the avenue.
Yeah, suddenly they're not talking about us being in chains.
No, yeah, exactly. But
That's awesome.
Yeah, that feeling of, it's like the mob mentality. It's like you feel like an energy that you get from everybody else being there. It's like a collective unconsciousness. I think that is the impulse why there are groups that are really, really, really doing everything they can to have IRL stuff. I know we have our critiques of like these groups like PF or the banner drops, but like that is the feeling that they get when they do their march through Philadelphia. So maybe this will give perspective for us to like, okay, so it's understandable why they do that. Maybe strategically might not be the best thing, but like you can kind of see how it's addictive too, you know, being in a group, you feel invincible.
Oh, and for sure. Yeah, I mean, dude, like you've seen those marches. I remember the pro-family marches that were going on in Ukraine, or sorry, not Ukraine. My goodness, Romania, right? Like there were the ones that were going on in Serbia and Romania when they were trying to, I think, overturn the law on the family and marriage, and like
Poland.
Yeah, and Poland too, and like I totally forgot about Poland just now. Like the energy you see from a rally like that, you can almost feel it like glaring off the screen. It's that powerful. I mean, how much more powerful would it be to be in person experiencing that? And it's like, if we got a taste of that at like the you know, what was going to be AFPAC 4, but turned into rally, I'm excited to see stuff like that happen more in the future. I mean, because it's just it's gonna make such an impression upon people.
Indeed. And I think it ended up being honestly, I think what ended up happening probably might have actually been for the best, because instead of it being an event where it's just people that already know about AF going, it was a public event, and it was like a organic expression of what we believe. It was a defiant stand against the Turning Point establishment and what they had done. It was a defiant representation of what we do stand for, and it was a great first impression for all those people. And I think the people that are at a Turning Point conference in Detroit are definitely going to have an outsized impact on the conversation as a whole. So I think that's going to pay dividends later on. And frankly, the fact that there's not any mainstream news reporting on it is all I needed to see to be like, all right, this was the right thing. Because when they're not reporting on it, that's how they're scared of what they saw. You know what I mean? There were like some actual professional cameras there. I saw some broad like right under me taking pictures with her big DSLR. I'm like, I wonder who she works for, But I haven't seen any of those pictures. So
I haven't seen any of those pictures online. And I actually remember the day after I was looking up any news articles being written, and the only thing they kept dropping was just that David Duke made an appearance. That was it. But it was like, even then, it was just him, and that was it. It's like he kind of stole the show, but they really could not make it look bad. I mean, it was, I think it was just such great optics. There was such an aura to the whole thing that, like, even if they had tried to publish a story, people would have been like, where do I sign up? You know what I mean? Like, how do I support this? How do I be a part of this? Just like the Louis Theroux documentary. You know what I mean?
Indeed. Yeah. Well, I think that was a perfect example of the synthesis that can happen when you have these like you have AF and you have this more like organic nebulous movement, and then you have like crews of people that actually do train together and work together, like my guys, right? I think there is a synergy there. And these spontaneous marches, like, we can't just count on these things happening organically. Like I would not have felt comfortable doing any of that if I didn't have my buddies, watching my back. And no one man can do anything, and I couldn't have done it without you. Nick and all of us would have been completely cooked if that one Groiper, who I will not dox, didn't go out of his way and pick up that megaphone. That saved the day, because I know Nick came with the megaphone. That thing was cooked though, but then it was swapped out with the better one. So like it was the confluence of hundreds of people, all united by a common purpose. And I do think it is important though, seriously guys, for you listening, you gotta join your local active club, or if you do know Groipers in your area, you got to work out together. Really nurture these relationships, because you cannot neglect these relationships. Ultimately, these are friendships that you might have for life. I mean, I'm still friends with guys I met 8 years ago in like Identity Europa. And even if these organizations are flawed, it's still well-meaning men and women in them. And you got to have people that you can actually like hang out with in real life. And then when you're in a situation like Detroit, where, what's Murphy's Law? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And we had the worst possible announcement where the venue was canceled like the day of, mere hours before, and we had to improvise. But if you have guys that you're familiar with, what their capabilities are, what your own weaknesses are, and you guys can operate as a team, then you have the capability to actually take advantage of opportunities as they arise. So I'm glad that we're pals now, Mr. Pinesap, because in the future, I mean, we all know each other more, so it's just going to go even more smooth. And I encourage everybody to, keep up the good work.
Dude, absolutely. Ryan, listen, buddy, like if you ever got to reach out to me or whatever, I'm always an open door. If you're ever, I was going to say this too, if you're ever stopping through Colorado and you need somewhere to stay, just DM me. I would be more than happy to, if you and your friends are passing through or whatever, get you guys hooked up with a good place to stay and stuff like that. Cause like, I'm glad we could have this conversation and just talk as brothers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I do appreciate that. I think this is what the system does not want to happen, and I think this is just, it's just good for everybody. It's always good to make new friends. And I hope we can foster more of this goodwill between not just individuals, but groups. And I think we all know that these groups are merely collections of individuals, and everybody has their own egos, their own false beliefs, their own presumptions of each other. But it's amazing how quickly things can be smoothed over when we just chat.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. And like, honestly, any of that, like just good, wholesome collaboration, I invite it. I think that would be really good. So I want to, I think you've encouraged me to be more of a bridge builder. I want to see more of that going forward, man.
Yeah, it's going to be one heck of a year ahead of us. I mean, I feel like I'm going insane looking at the calendar, continuing to tick down the days. We're over halfway through this year now, as of, I believe, yesterday. But we have so much work to do. And, what happened in Detroit was great, but like, it should have happened like a year ago, So I really think we got to be, we cannot rest on our laurels. As right wingers, again, we get a small victory and we act like it was, some great triumph. But like, it's just one battle in a long campaign. And we're starting to once again get the will to meet up in real life again. I don't think there's been a gathering of Groypers that big since before January 6th. So in the public like that. So we gotta, pat ourselves on the back, but also be cautious and learn the lessons of past defeats, past mistakes, and not fall for it again. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But, I appreciate that, man. If you're ever in Phoenix, let me know. I mean, I know AmFest, the Turning Point conference, is every December out here in Phoenix. That's why I moved out here, in fact. So
dude,
I don't know what's going to happen with AF, if they're going to plan anything to glom onto that. But in any case, I want to plan something because I do know there's always a lot of Groypers that go to that. So if you're going to be in town for that, that goes for anybody else. Hit me up on Twitter or whatever, and I'll make sure to pal around with you there.
Dude, that'd be awesome. And real quick, I know you probably got to get going. We've been talking for a long time. This is a personal question, but have you ever been to Sedona, Arizona?
Yeah, matter of fact, I went there with a bunch with Patriot Front of the Active Clubs. Let me find that post.
That's awesome.
It was called it was Hyperborea Fest, but
Hyperborea Fest. Dude, that's so awesome. It's a gorgeous place to hike or do anything. I used to it was like a second home for me growing up because my grandparents lived there, and like we would go to the creek, we would hike. Last time I was there, I like rode my mountain bike everywhere. Like, I mean, if you're gonna do like hiking or outdoor stuff, like it's literally one of the best places in all of Arizona, probably even the country, quite frankly.
Yeah, I sent you some pics from the event, man. It was
let's go.
The one benefit of the PF or AC model is, when you got a group of guys together, you can make stuff happen, like a camping trip or a hiking trip, or, you pool your money for gas, because we're all like students. Most of us are like broke 20 somethings, right? We can't do this stuff alone. But when you got a group of like 40, 50 dudes camping out, it's fun making s'mores. It's like, that's what life's all about at the end of the day. It can't just be like the struggle, it can't just be marching through the streets. It's also like the R&R, the downtime, the fun stuff. And it keeps us sane, because if you're just reading like, demographic projections for this year have gotten worse, Trump's going to go to jail, like all this depressing stuff without having any of the fun part of being part of a collective, that just sucks, man. Like, we got to at least reward ourselves. If you're going to be a part of a group and be under the scrutiny of the system, you might as well have the fun parts of it, right?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. So, we always forget that with building culture. Like, a huge part of culture is just leisure. If you're not having fun, like, and you're not finding like healthy ways to just like kick back, like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Well, that's great. It's been awesome talking to you. I know you probably got to get going and stuff like that. I'm not sure. In Phoenix, is it Mountain Standard Time or is it Pacific Time?
It's we are technically Mountain Daylight Time. Well, we're Mountain Time.
Gotcha.
But Arizona does not do daylight savings time. So as
That's
of
right.
now, it's Pacific. So it's 8:27 here. I was just waiting for Nick to end his stream because I was going to go live, but this
No,
was a
that's
lot of fun.
yeah, dude, that's fine. And if you want to continue to hang out, you're more than welcome to. I probably was just gonna let a couple more people call in, and then honestly, when this stream's over or whatever, and you go live, I'll check out your stream, man, for sure.
All right. Well, I got to rest my voice. Just kidding. Yeah, no, bring someone else in. I'm curious to hear what the other callers are going to say. I'll hang around. I just
You
got to
got
set
it,
up my
buddy.
camera and stuff.
God bless, Ryan. I will check out your stream later tonight, brother. How does that sound?
Yeah, man, sounds good.
Awesome, dude. Let's go. Yeah, dude, it was great. That was a great conversation we were having. I mean, I think Ryan gave me a much needed perspective and stuff like that. Because I mean, the whole tone of the stream was just kind of making jokes about Murdoch Murdoch, which I mean, that's because it's a pretty bad show, to be honest. But I think he gave me like a much needed perspective, and it was so cool getting to talk to him. I'm glad that we're homies now. Like I wouldn't trade that kind of like friendship for the world, you know? Oh, Nathan, you're unmuted, buddy, if you want to speak. I see you got a cat with a chud doll. Unless you're not there anymore. Nathan, anybody live right now? Nathan, buddy. Unmute. Well, I guess maybe Nathan isn't able to speak right now. That's okay though. He can always raise his hand again. George Floyd. Okay, George Floyd. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Mr. Pinesap, what's going on?
Not much, man. Just hanging out, just having a good time, quite frankly. This is a fun stream.
Yeah, hey, I just joined. I just got back from my training shift at this new job I'm taking, so I figured I'd catch your stream.
Yeah, dude. Well, I'm so glad you're here, man. Is the training going well right now?
Yeah, it's going good. I just got home from it, but delivering for like a restaurant, so I'm getting tips and all the good stuff,
Dude, honestly, delivery, like jobs that tip, you can make a lot of money from them. You can make a lot of money from them. It's kind of unreal.
Yeah.
I mean,
I didn't make that much because I was training. I made like 14 because I had to split it with the guy that was training me. But I'm pleased with it.
That's awesome, dude. We love to hear that, dude. But,
yeah.
What's going on?
I did have a question for you. I actually have two questions. So the first question is I'm 16 years old. I'm a young far right extremist, and I'm in high school. So I'm wondering, what's your advice for somebody like me who is really interested in getting involved in politics and kind of just getting involved?
That's actually a really good question. I would say from my estimation, when I was in high school, I was just starting to get further along the right wing. So you're a lot further along than even I am. But if I was to do it all over again, I think what I would do is build your skill set for sure. Don't put yourself in a position where, not that you should be ashamed of your values when I say this, or deny them or anything like that. I hope I'm making this clear, but don't lay all your cards on the table just yet in terms of like your public presence, because you're still building your skill set, right? So, if you plan on going to college, for instance, don't be in the middle of your like economics class trying to tell people about, here's what really happened with the bombing at Dresden or something like that. You know what I mean? Like be tactful. It's really important at your age to be very tactful when you're operating in politics. But in terms of like on the ground stuff, if you plan on going to college or even at your high school, get involved with, maybe if there's like a Republican or a conservative club, definitely get involved with it and try to influence the thought to be along, the more far right line of thinking, because having guys like you in a club like that where, you sound like a very well-spoken, guy, like it can really influence a lot of hearts and minds and get people to consider our ideals. And it's very easy to want to be kind of insular in the time that you're in. But if you're able to, I think, tactfully get involved while not putting all your cards on the table for the wrong people to like get you kicked out of an institution or something like that, but putting enough of your cards on the table where you're still politically effective, it can produce some really, really good fruit, Yeah.
And like we have in at least the state that I'm in, I'm not going to dox myself, but in the state that I'm in, we have a club that I'm really involved in where we go down to the state legislature and we write mock bills, and we kind of hang around there. So I've been trying to influence that, bring some of my quasi Groiper friends into this club, but I'm trying to build it into like a conservative bulwark.
No, dude, that is real. And if you're doing that, you're already at a good formation. The biggest thing with youth that I will tell you, the biggest thing with youth that I will tell you, and the biggest thing you always just got to make sure of is with youth comes zeal and fanaticism, which is good. We want that. But what also comes along is sometimes lack of experience, and thus you might have the best of intentions, but you want to make sure that your execution is on point. If you're constantly reflecting on the way that you're operating in politics, again, being tactful, not sort of putting yourself in a dangerous position, but still doing enough that needs to be done in order to affect the political sphere, that's going to be huge for you. And you will be very politically effective if that's the way that you operate.
Yeah, thank you. And my second question is a little bit on the opposite side of that. But I went on a discernment retreat, and the past couple weeks, I've been there's been a tug at my soul. There's the layman political side that's tugging at my soul, but then I also have a priestly. I feel like I have a priestly vocation as well to join the seminary and to go into the seminary after high school. And I saw that you posted a book. It had the image of Saint Pope Pius X on it, and I was wondering what your advice is for something like that. It was like a vocations book. You tweeted a picture of it.
So that book is called. I'll pull it up right now so both you can see it and everyone can see it and write it down. Not AMA. I don't want the American Medical Association. I want Amazon. On the sanctification of priests. So the book is called, it's by Gary Gou-Lagrange, which frankly, Gary Gou-Lagrange needs to be canonized already. He is literally one of the best modern theologians of all time. I mean, single-handedly, influences saints and popes and stuff like that. It's criminal he's not canonized yet. He was such a holy man. But he wrote this fantastic book called On the Sanctification of Priests According to the Needs of Our Time. And the reason I really, really like the book is because for guys like us who are sort of dissatisfied with the ways of the modern world and its rejection of Christ, he appeals to that sentiment, that feeling that we all have in our hearts of look, things are bad and stuff like that. And he says, that's why we need you as priests. Dude, I'm not even kidding. In the beginning chapter of the book, in the beginning, or I don't know if it's the beginning chapter, but the beginning section of the book, he literally talks about priests needing to be present to overcome the legacy of the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. So, I mean, it's he is setting up the stage for priests to not just be you're just going to help people and be charitable towards people and stuff like that. Not that stuff isn't great. That stuff is awesome. We love that. But on top of that being you are a soldier for Christ, right? He's giving this speech in the text, this very saintly speech of the priest is a soldier of Christ, right? And that going forth and being charitable and helping the laity and helping the body of Christ. and bringing people into the body of Christ is huge. So like, I think it's a very inspiring book, especially for, guys our age who want that kind of militancy in the expression of their faith. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll definitely have to check it out. But I think we're gonna get off here. Hey, thanks for taking my call in. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night and good rest. Hope the stream is going well. Hope the stream goes well.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. And I'll talk to you later, okay, George?
All right, we'll see you, man. We'll see you.
God bless you, buddy.
God bless.
Let's go, dude. George, classic George W. We love George. George is our homie. We love George. George is a good man. We love him. And it was a pleasure getting to speak to him. Patrick, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Pine Sat? How's it going?
Oh, not much, man. Just, hanging out, having a good time on stream. This was fun.
Yeah, I liked your conversation. Crap, I already forget his name. Culture critic about the rally.
Oh, Culture War Criminal? CWC?
Culture War Criminal, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I actually, I daylight as Disciple Fitness on Twitter, so I don't know. I think we met at the rally.
Oh, sick. Yeah, dude. I mean, hey, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't recognize with your name on Telegram and stuff like that for a moment.
Yeah, no worries. I use my real name. My docs.
Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, one thing I wanted to mention, George Floyd. Oh, well, he's not in the chat anymore, but something I was thinking about when you were talking to him about like things young people can do in regards to like getting involved in politics and stuff. One of the things I picked up on, are you familiar with Sam Hyde?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Like his Hyde Wars series is like unironically like some really good advice for like young people, I think, in regards, because like he's a guy like, for example, sort of like Nick in the sense that like he threw away a lot of opportunities, right? Because he wasn't tactful, and like to be fair, like he was being targeted because of his comedy and stuff, but like, so I don't really think he could have gone away with being more tactful in that situation. But like he has a very good perspective on like when is the right time to like throw away the opportunities, and like when is the right time to be tactful. And I think one of the reasons the rally like is so successful and like they can't really report on it is just because we're like spreading the message of America first, along with like we always have to include like some sort of love speech in there, because as soon as they report on it, it's like, oh, there's this hateful rally. Like we'll just be in the comments being like, okay, but what about this excerpt from the speech where we're clearly saying we love everybody and we want everybody to like go to heaven and stuff. You know what I mean?
No, that's so true. And I mean, I even have to check myself, to be honest. Like, it's so easy, and I'll just say it, like, it's so easy when talking about the JQ to feel like resentment or fall into the sin of hatred and stuff like that, because you feel, hatred oftentimes comes from a feeling of injustice, and the feeling of injustice is good because injustice has been done. But, what's always evil with the corruption of the feeling of injustice is when it turns to hate, when it turns to bitterness. Yeah. Whereas, ultimately, sorry, there's kids shooting off fireworks in the park. Ultimately, it always sounds like gunshots near my house, man. Like I'm always like ducking down a little bit, like, shoot, the Bloods finally, like the Crips finally found out I was a Blood, and they're doing a drive-by on me. But needless to say, that element of love can never, ever stop being emphasized. It's integral to our mission. It's integral to our message. And if it stops being emphasized, we lose the message of Christ, right? Because, you have Saint Stephen the martyr, right? The first martyr, who, had no problem proclaiming Christ to the Jews and saying, like, you're in error, like you are doing these things. But as they were stoning him, he didn't curse them. He didn't say, "Oh, I hope you get struck with a lightning bolt." He said, like, "Lord, do not like forgive them. Do not hold this sin against them and convert their heart." And like, I'm always struck by that passage because it's like, we can go hard on the timeline about the JQ and be like, "Oh, look at all the evil stuff they're doing," or whatever. But it's like, how many times do we sit down and we pray for them? Because I dream of a world where, and I've always said this before, I don't have any secret hidden evil designs. What are my evil designs? I want everyone to stop being addicted to opioids and porn and premarital relations and, killing themselves at the age of 25. Like, that's the America I want to build. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to throw anyone in jail. I don't want to take anyone, from like the perspective of like immutable characteristics or what have you. I don't want to take anyone's rights away or anything like that. I just want a Catholic America, And I think if we emphasize that, it's like more people understand where we're coming from, but even more so, we emphasize the love of Christ that we want to show everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think sometimes that can get difficult. Like, I know a lot, like Nick does have like a very divisive sort of rhetoric sometimes, but like he's kind of at the end of the pipeline. You know what I mean? So like I think that there's an advantage to having someone like Nick who's really just all out and like willing to say things like very plainly. But I also think, and like, I think there's some tensions with like Candace and like the way she like kind of dances around, just sort of the naming, if you will. But I think it's useful to have people at, sorry if you hear my, my grandfather clock going off in the background.
No, dude, I love it. I love it.
But there's an advantage to having people like that. I feel kind of guide them in the right direction towards the truth. Because like was the saying, like, no one is red pilled in a day. Right. Like people, if especially like, too, this is another thing. Like, I think this is another Sam Hyde quote. Like, you don't want, like, you have to figure out when is the right place to take a stand on things. Like, you can't talk about the JQ in your college admissions essay.
No.
Okay. It's like you have to like properly balance like where these like things come up, and like how you speak about them, and like, I don't know. I think we could probably see a little bit more tactfulness and like love in the Groyper movement, because there are people who are like faithful Catholics that like I've seen in the timeline, just they can't get behind us, and like part of that is just because they don't want to accept like certain things about race or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know. Can you speak to that? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think too, it's one of those things where sometimes we can be more tactful with the way in which we speak about something. I think the dichotomy, or not so much the dichotomy, but more so the perspective that we need to emphasize is we're attacking the errors that the people hold, like we attack a disease like cancer, but we want to salvage the person. We want to save the person, right? Because sometimes it's easy to be like, and I've done this too, I mean, it's not easy, I for instance, I don't know if the rumor is true or not, and I shouldn't have posted this, but John Doyle was calling like Nick gay and stuff like that. And I was pissed off. I'm like, that's someone who I love. That's someone who I consider my friend.
Yeah.
And I posted something that was not wise of me to post, because I didn't have any verification of it or whatever. And if it probably is most likely slander, but if it's true, it's detraction. And I deleted it, and I was like, man, that wasn't right of me. I mean, even though he is doing something really wicked and evil, and I should attack it from the right way, I shouldn't stoop to a level that's not becoming of being a Catholic. And I think we can do more. I think we can do well to reflect on our membership in the church is not a green card for sinning and I'm guilty of this especially. Like, our membership in the church is not a green card for sinning. Like, I can't look at me being Catholic and saying, well, I'm Catholic, I'm on the team, so that means everything I do is okay, and then use that as like a green card for doing things that are morally irreprehensible, right? I have to have the perspective of, yes, we are talking about difficult issues that some people are just going to be alienated by, and we need to be okay with that, but we need to do so with love and grace and charity. And when we do that, no one can then hold it against us to be like, well, look at how hateful these people are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it came up too, like, this wasn't necessarily a political thing, but the same sort of issue happens like with the ecumenism, like with the female ordination like happening that was going on yesterday. Like, I caught some of your stream on that, and it's just like we need to be respectful to these people, but like, they're literally quote unquote ordaining women. So
yeah,
like, at what point like do we have to like be respectful of like your heresy?
Well,
you know,
and it's the difference between, you know, I'm not gonna lie, like, when people now say the term meeting people where they're at, it rubs me the wrong way. And I don't mean it in the way of like, should we not have this approach to people when we're evangelizing, of understanding people are in different places in their spiritual journey towards God and towards the church, and we should appropriately address them in that state. I'm not disdaining that. That's integral to Catholic apologetics and charity. What I disdain is when people use meeting people while they're where they're at, you know, bunny ears around that, to then justify watering down the gospel to not offend people. But that's not what Jesus did, right? Jesus understood our weakness and enters into our weakness and where we're at in life, but he does say things that challenge us, and it's only through that challenging that we become the saints of God who can love God and love our neighbor with all our heart. If we're never challenged and it's constantly this, like, we almost have to put on the, I don't want to so much say the kiddie gloves, but we almost have to like soften everything to such an extent that we just water down the gospel. We're not evangelizing. We're you know, baiting our egos essentially.
Yeah, and something I can speak to that with some experience. Like, I had a friend, like I run a Bible study, and like, this friend would regularly attend, and she was having like premarital relationships with her boyfriend, like they're cohabitating and everything. And like, I specifically like didn't bring that up because, like, one, just male friend, like, it's
right,
you know, not really appropriate, but like, also too, it's just like there was like a tendency, just because like there's women in the group, to like water down the message, to like, you know, use soft language and whatnot. And as a result, like, I think that person ended up falling back into sin, and it was more likely to happen because I wasn't like willing to like come out at the forefront and just speak on these things plainly, if that makes sense. Because, you know, I don't know how many Bible studies like you go to, Pine Sap or whatever, but like, when the topic of sin comes up, like, people, you know, it's not like a show and tell. Like, you don't want to like go around talking to people what you struggle with, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like you need to at least have like somebody in your life with you can have a one-on-one conversation with about those things, like probably a priest. That's probably what confession is for, frankly. But like, where like you're getting feedback on that sort of thing in real time, because that's the only way you can really, I don't know, grow.
No, that's real. I mean, you can't grow if the person who loves you is the person who's willing to tell you when you're walking off a cliff. And it doesn't mean that you're corrupted or you're tainted or you're evil within yourself because you weren't made to be evil. But it does mean that, you know, you're doing something evil, not you, but I'm using the royal you. We're doing something evil, and we need to have people in our lives correct us and say, dude, you're walking off the cliff, man. What's going on? There's a tendency, just because of kind of the millennial generation that we live in, of everyone to soften everything to such an extent where we never get to truth. You know, and I've had this conversation with people so many times, and they're always like, well, that'll come eventually. When? When does it come up? It never comes up. Because anyone who brings it up gets castigated and told, well, dude, that was very uncharitable of you to bring that up. My guy, he's going down the path to hell. When are we going to, am I going to bring it up on his deathbed? I mean, like, when are we going to bring this up? You know, to some extent, it's like, we have to be a little bit. It becomes a
disservice.
Yeah, we have to serve people. And I think there's a tendency to straw man when I say that. And they're thinking like, oh, you're going to go up to someone and be like, hey, you know, Fragicino, you need to, you know, get right. And you need to, you know, start being less of a sinner or whatever. Like, no, of course, have tact when you speak with people. I'm not saying insult people or use, you know, slurs towards them or whatever. But it's like, I always give this perspective because, you know, this is a huge issue that comes up with our generation. I see these man on the street Bible studies or whatever. You know, someone came up to me and they're like, you know, well, I live a homosexual lifestyle and stuff like that. Like, will I go to hell if I continue to live that lifestyle? I would look at them and say, yes, you will. And I would emphasize in that, but God is so good that he has given you a way out of that sin. And I want to help invite you into that new life. Like emphasizing like you are suffering from a disease right now, but I want to help bring you to the divine physician so that you may be healed of it. Right. But there are some people, like, as I give that example, they're like, no, you shouldn't say he'll go to hell. We don't know where people's souls end up. Dude, really? Like, you know, when are we going to proclaim the gospel, right? When are we going to say, when are we going to proclaim it? Because it's this constant, like, putting on pause, you know, oh, that'll come later. They're not ready for that conversation. And then it's like, they're years down the line and they're in the exact same spot. I mean, I see it a lot with, unfortunately, some Catholic women. Like, there are some Catholic women that need to be told, hey, yeah, and look, I know we can be bombastic with our rhetoric when talking about like women or whatever. And you know, maybe, you know, maybe that's good for me to reflect and maybe not be so harsh or abrasive or what have you. But at the same time, it's kind of like, well, we don't have to incorporate that by any means. And probably we shouldn't. There does also need to be a conversation like, hey, don't be a feminist, okay? Like that's not with God. That's not with the gospel, you know? And it's like
I was at a volunteer event. We were at a local like recycling center, and I brought up the Rachel Wilson satanic feminism book. I cleared the frickin' room, bro, because like you dropped that on Catholic women. It's like, oh my gosh, they were not ready for this red pill. Like they think they like elevate Susan B. Anthony as like a hero. It's wild. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Dude, it's insane. I mean, the earliest feminists literally called the Bible, literally said that the Bible was a stumbling block to women. It's like, how in any way, shape, or form can that be harmonized with our faith? Like, if that is the root of it, it's like it's rotted from the trunk up, dude. It's not like you're not going to give this purified version of feminism. You know, it's like either feminism has to give or your Catholicism, you know?
Yeah. And I think I replied to one of your things, like one of your tweets like earlier this week is just like the first rule of feminism is to never criticize what a woman is doing.
Legit.
And like, you see that in the way like some of these Catholic accounts were defending that ordination, and it's just true. Like they're putting like the feminism before the gospel. Like you can't serve two masters. And something I will say, like in regards to like when we were talking about when are you going to finally just stand up for yourself and like say the hard truths. I like. In my life as personally have like always like leaned into this excuse that's like, oh, I don't have an established enough relationship with the person where I could correct them like that. You know what I mean? And like at a certain point I just realized, well, I'll never like relationships with most people do not get that deep.
No.
So you're just going to have to correct them. And if they take it the wrong way and they don't want to be your friend anymore, like, you're just going to have to accept that. And that's part of, I think, just how these things go. Right? Sometimes you have to like be willing to cut ties with a person just to correct them because you care about their soul. And I think that's like a very tough pill to swallow, but I think they'll eventually come around, and if they don't, then that's not up to you.
No, that's a very good point. And we can't use those outs, right? Because those outs give us an easy excuse to not burden our conscience. But the fact that our conscience is burdened in the first place indicates that like we need to move with God's designs, not our own, even when those designs that God has for us make us uncomfortable and challenge us to do difficult things that otherwise we'd be like, dude, I would never do this in a million years. But it's like, it's only by allowing our conscience through which God speaks through us to move us, the Holy Spirit, God, the Holy Spirit, to move us to doing those actions that we really grow. And when we can do that, then we become the saints that we have always been meant to be, And so,
and it's so crazy. Yeah, you read about the saints, and like these people were literally dying, getting crucifixed, like upside down, and we're worried that like one of our friendships might flake.
Yeah,
I mean, it really, in comparison, like the problems that you deal with as like an American Christian are really not that intense.
Dude, it's so pathetic, and like so many of us we'll do this whole thing where it's like, well, I want to be popular. Well, if I don't explain the truth to this person in this way, they're not going to be my friend. And it's like, well, are they really supposed to be your friend if they're scared? Like, if you have to censor your Catholicism around them, I don't think they're meant to be your friend then. You love that person. You want to pray for them. You want them to go to heaven, but I don't think they're meant to hold that station in your life until they get some things sorted out with Almighty God,
Definitely.
So,
sure.
All good stuff, man. I'm really sorry to cut it short. I just for the sake of time, I think I might need to get to the next person, but it's been great talking to you, dude.
Yeah, sure. I was talking to you like one last thing before I go. At Hoplight's Airbnb, we were talking about doing a show on like the importance of vitality and fitness and the Christian faith. Could you send me in a DM the saints' writings that had to do with that? Because I would like to prepare for that and like do that properly before we do that.
Yeah, I'll need to explore it more myself. I mean, like I told you when we were talking, off the top of my head, I know that I think Saint Ignatius talked about that kind of activity. There's also a lot of books written on Catholic fitness and stuff like that probably have like saint quotes and stuff like that and reference larger works that we can probably refer to as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll coordinate with you in the DMs, and we'll see like what research we can do and set up a show for that, like probably a couple months down the line. But that would be great.
That sounds good, buddy. Well, I will talk to you later, okay?
All right. See you, man. Have a good night. Man.
God bless, okay?
God bless.
Let's go, dude. Patty, my boy. I love talking to that guy. He's awesome, dude. He is awesome. Nathan, buddy, second time's a charm, dude. I see you raised your hand again. Is that mic going to be unmuted or not this time?
I forgot to unmute my mic. That was the problem.
That's okay, man. We all do that.
Yeah, I thought it would like unmute by default, like whenever I got the chance to speak, but I just now realized.
No, that's totally fine, man. That happens. But what's up? How's it going?
It's going good, just trying to find a job. Unfortunately, like it seems like it's harder to find a job at a grocery store than it is for something that you actually have to be qualified to do.
Dude, it's so tough. I mean, like the job market really is not good right now. They like cut the most like qualified people and they just hire like these like absolute lumps on a log. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like I used to work at McDonald's, right? Like I would go above and beyond because, I try to be a hard worker and stuff. And it's like, I would see these people who like, they barely do their job and they're getting promoted. I'm like, dude, I'm doing everything. I'm learning every position and all this. And like, you know, it's mainly just a way like your employers will just take advantage of you if you actually do your job.
That's very true. Like they just use you for everything and they treat you like the workhorse, almost like out of Animal Farm. That horse that like that poor unfortunate horse character that like just winds up getting worked to death, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like I try to like get a little bit of money because I like to get stuff for my brothers and whatnot. Like my baby brother, like, dude, he loves Curious George. I want to get him like a big Curious George plushie, and I think he would like that, but I can't do it because no place wants to hire me.
Well, and I mean it's tough. You want to get him a Curious George Floyd plushie, but it's just there's not a lot of places that sell that. No, I'm just messing. I'm just messing. But no, I totally understand your struggle, man. And what I would say is, if you're trying to find a job, try leveling in your life the networks that you have, like family, friends, or like, your friends' parents or what have you, and see if they can help coordinate you getting a job. Because, like, honestly, the best way of getting a job is networking. Like, networking is huge because employers are always looking, what an employer looks for is like a guarantee that you're going to be a good employee. And oftentimes when we just submit our job application, it doesn't say a lot about us in terms of how good of a, worker or an employee will be, right? I mean, on paper, yeah, the qualifications might be there, but you could have a guy who even has like his MBA and he could just be as lazy as a toad, right? And so you want to make sure that you have a network set up that someone can attest to your character, be like, hey, like, honestly, Nathan, I love that guy. He works super hard. He always shows up to work on time and he's ready to do even the most difficult of jobs. And like, if you can level those networks in your life, I almost guarantee you will get probably a job in like a month.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I always put my priest as the reference on my job applications or like my catechist because it's like I don't really like. I could probably put like old managers that I had, but I don't really have their numbers, so I would do that.
What I'm more referring to is not even like the references on an application. I'm talking about talk to those people in your life that you know and ask them like, hey, do you know if anyone is like hiring right now for a job that would be like maybe entry level or like I could apply to? Because then if they say like, yeah, I know this thing, I know this position that's open, let me talk to that person for you, then you get your foot in the door. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you do that, man, you'll get hired on.
Yeah, like jobs like that, more so that I know about is like I would have to be like 18 years of age, which I'm about there, most of the stuff is like something to do with law enforcement. Like my family is like super tied in with law enforcement and whatnot. So like if I were to take advantage of what connections I do have, I'd probably just end up in a field like that.
Oh, for sure. For sure, dude. Absolutely. But this has been great talking, brother. But I do need to just for the sake of time, maybe start to get to other people. Did you have a question or a comment that you wanted to make?
Not really. I mean, like I could probably DM you if I do think of like anything else. Like I completely understand you getting to other people.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, feel free to DM me. I can't promise that I'll get that back fast because I've got so many unread DMs, dude. It's kind of insane. It's kind of irresponsible, but I will try to get back to you as fast as I can.
All right. Sounds great.
All right, buddy. Well, God bless, okay? I'll speak to you later.
All right. Godspeed, Pints up.
Bye, buddy.
All right. Night.
Let's go, dude. Nathan W. We love Nathan, bro. I think I'm going to do Big G and maybe Luke and then call it after that. So, Big G, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Pine?
It's going good. How's it going with you?
Oh, not bad. Just chilling. But I was gonna say, dude, I was just thinking about something. I remember a few weeks back, I joined your stream, and then you were talking about this guy who's talking about how Catholic men, they gotta have they gotta get those soft skills. And just instantly, I knew who you're talking about.
Oh, was
It's
it
just that guy?
Joe Jarrell?
He's like the guy who's like, hey man, Catholic men, we don't show our strength in church and practicing the faith. We do in the gym. Like, okay, you're gay. Like, just you're gay.
Well, here's the thing about it. I don't want to be too harsh on Joe. I think his heart's in the right place for the most part, but like when he's making, I mean, you are right about like when he's making like content that's like, if someone knows you're Catholic within the first 5 minutes of meeting you, you're doing it wrong. I'm like, what are you, Joe? Like, with all due respect, dude, what are you talking about? It's like someone should know I'm Catholic within the first 10 seconds of meeting him. Like, I understand maybe what he's trying to say.
The worst.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what he's trying. Yeah, I mean, I totally understand what he's trying to say in terms of like, don't be weird in terms of like, do you know this super esoteric piece of knowledge that only I know that I'm going to deliver on to you or whatever? Don't be like awkward or, off-putting or like needlessly. And when I say abrasive, I don't mean abrasive in terms of like boldly proclaiming the truth, but just in terms of your personality. But it's like someone should know that you're Catholic, dude. Like, absolutely someone should know.
No, you know what? It's just that clip where like, I don't know, it seems so out of place. He's like, hey man, he's like downplaying practicing the faith. And I get it. People should be fit. Like, I like to work out. At least do something and once a day. If it's just a couple of like squats or something, in the room. At least, right? But like one thing I will say is like that is true. We have to, not be hold on. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I was gonna say like, yeah, it is true that we shouldn't be as abrasive, and I think like definitely notice that like, it's not 100% online because some people don't play by our rules, right? And what we really do, we want to love everyone, but sometimes it doesn't come out so well. Sometimes it's instead of hey, I love you and want you to go to heaven, it's like Spexo, kill yourself, faggot, or something like that.
Right.
No, but like, it comes out bad sometimes because we get frustrated. But it's he that guy, I forget what his name is. I think he's just like, I don't know what it is. Like it's not like he's like completely wrong. It's like he's just kind of not getting it. We got to diagnose him with that.
Joe is butting up to the line, and he's like right there, but he's not quite going over it. And I think that's the problem. It's like I think he wants to, I think if I was to diagnose my biggest issue with him, he wants to be Catholic, but he also kind of wants to be popular with the world. And those two things, I mean, it's between, and when I say between God and mammon, I'm not saying he's choosing mammon, but it's between God and mammon, because to a certain extent, it's like, yes, Catholics can have good social skills and be very well spoken, and like that can attract a lot of people to yourself, and that's even a good, noble quality. But to a certain extent, it doesn't matter how well you speak, it doesn't matter how well you carry yourself. The faith alienates people, and you got to be okay with that, and you got to be willing to suffer through that and be a stronger Catholic man because of it. And I feel like he's kind of missing that component. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%. And like the thing is like he makes good videos. Like encouraging like Catholic men to be strong. Like that's a good thing. Like as that thing you posted earlier with the Swiss Guard. It's so true. Like they're cool. I mean, like, and they're strong guys. Like they're trained in martial arts, but they're super friendly, approachable. Those guys are like model Catholics.
Oh, they definitely are, man. I mean, like, they're a really good model of Catholicism, and like we would be fools to not like look to them for some kind of example. You know what I mean? But
100%.
But yeah, dude, that's all good stuff. I think just for the sake of time, I might get to the next person if you're okay with that.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I gotta.
But I'll catch up with you on the Instagram lives.
Oh yeah. Then I can cook up some stuff. I've got like a minor concussion right now, so you know, I gotta wait till the brain damage sets in to really come up with the insane things to say.
Well, hey,
You know,
hey, buddy.
it's on the right side of the brain, so you know that's just gonna kill all the empathy. So the libs are done.
Oh no, it's gonna be intense. You're gonna crank up to a 10. It's just gonna be bad, dude. But
yeah, like people are gonna be like, oh, you want to ban people from having sex? Like, yes, of course.
Yes, no more sex forever. A total shutdown on gooning.
People are like, you are like so mean. Like, yes, I am. I'm gonna be really mean. In fact, you know what? And they're like, you want to punish you want to punish women for having sex? It's like, no, I want to punish everyone for having it.
Yeah, you're going a step above and beyond. Yeah, you want to punish any sex havers.
I'm gonna throw them in jail.
No, dude, that's so real.
That's what we gotta. You know what? If I didn't get to go to the March for Life this year, but if I do in Victoria, and someone says that to me, I'm just gonna say, no, we gotta throw them in jail. I'm just gonna. What are they? Okay, you know what? Actually, I just remembered something. This is important. I think this one's important. Remember you said something about not putting all your cards on the table when you're talking to people. This is one card I feel like you can always put on the table. Learn about why pornography is terrible and just throw that card on the table.
That's actually a pretty good thing to bring up.
No one can. Here's the thing. First of all, no one who's like not at least very right wing really has that opinion, and no one can criticize you for it. Like in the secular standpoint, the religious any standpoint except like evil, you're correct.
Yeah.
Like it's just, and no one can call you a bad person because like you can just call them out and be like, yeah, you're just wrong and faking gay.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it like puts the person who you're talking to in a defensive position, and it's like, what are they going to do? Like advocate for something that's like just completely harmful and has zero positive benefits? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
No, that's a good point though.
That's all I wanted to say. That was one thing I remember. Like, yeah, no, just like that's the card I put on the table. Because here's the thing: if you can convince someone that stuff needs to be illegal, that's a gateway, 100%.
Oh, for sure, dude, for sure. But yeah, all like great points, man. I think I'm gonna get to Luke.
Actually, yeah, fair enough. Anyways, take care, guys.
Take care, buddy. God bless. Okay.
Yeah. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night, buddy.
Bless.
Dude, I love that guy. Big G. I love that guy. He's so awesome. Such a good dude. Luke, what's up, buddy?
Hey, hail Pine Sap, hail Pope Francis, hail victory and all that. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Just hanging out. I'm so glad I got to talk to CWC. That was like great. And today was just kind of funny. We just had a good time, you know, making fun of Murdoch Murdoch, dude. That show is... Not only did that show not age gracefully, it just was like never good, you know?
You gotta, I'm Chud here. I don't even know what that is. You gotta fill me in. I understand it's some kind of TV show. Is it like a cartoon?
Dude, I am now realizing how old I am that by the fact that you don't know what that is. It was like a 2016, 2017 kind of like alt-right web show that was animated, but it used like Wojaks and like really bad like photoshopped mouths to like speak on the Wojak. And it was really cringe. I mean, first up, it was like straight up just evil. I mean, like these people are like actual Wignats and like want to hurt people based on the color of their skin, which is deplorable. But on top of that, it was like, it basically was like, hey, let's throw like all the alt-right crap we can at the wall and just see what sticks. So they make like every reference, they just, you know, blow it out there, and they're just expecting for it to stick with like their audience. And it really like shows as just being desperate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm more of a Mr. Burcham guy myself. That's more my speed.
Dude, well, but, I mean, listen, Luke, you got to get on that new norm grind set, dude. Like the new norm honestly makes Mr. Burcham look like garbage. I'm just saying. I mean, when the new norm, when he called that guy pronoun, I almost bust a gut laughing, bro. I just couldn't handle myself.
Yeah, it's very good stuff coming from those people. We need more. We just need more cartoons, more cans. Daily Wire. We need
more.
I think we just need more Daily Wire Studios.
Dude, we need more chocolate bars.
Out.
We need more gender binary chocolate bars, and we need more razors for men, like beard box kits. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, dude. And all washing it down with some Black Rifle coffee. You know, all washing it down with a good Black Rifle brew.
Yeah, that's the dream.
That's what I'm saying.
You got all your products. Mr. Bertram's on the TV. Vietnamese wife. So, yeah, that's pretty
awesome.
much the dream.
But
yeah, I'm just chilling out here.
Nice.
I'm about to eat this the steak I just made, and I'm getting ready to mourn the rape of our country on its birthday tomorrow. But it's also my baptismal birthday tomorrow.
Well, happy
my
baptismal
20th,
birthday, dude!
Yeah, thank you.
That's
So
awesome.
I'm gonna party hard for that. I had. I guess I'll keep it short since you're trying to skedaddle on out of here. But I had a question that arose out of a Bishop Sanborn video, actually, that I think you saw the other day. And me personally, I'm not into that schismatic stuff at all. But I do attend. I attend an FSSP parish up here in northern Idaho, and so I think you might have seen this video too, Pine Sap. But Bishop Sanborn basically says that if you attend the Latin Mass in the actual Catholic Church, not their schismatic sect. He said if you attend the Latin Mass and you don't have a problem with the Novus Ordo, or you think the Novus Ordo is licit, that's me, and you're just attending the Latin Mass out of preference for it, it's your liturgical preference, and you like the Latin better, or you like the way it's done better, that is a modernist reason to attend the Latin Mass. Did you see that video?
Dude, I did not see that video, but yeah, that's some BS. I mean, no, there's nothing modernistic behind that. And I mean, this is the other problem too. It's like, Sedevacantists define modernism in this very ambiguous way. It's this malleable definition that anything that they deem in error, so to speak, they just call it modernism. They just slap it with the modernist label, right? But modernism, I mean, if you look at Pascendi and you look at even the, I believe the encyclical that came, I believe it was before Pascendi, and even the Catechism on Modernism, it lays out very distinctly what modernism actually is and what it isn't. And, Sanborn, it's like, look, there's a lot of people who have just always preferred certain liturgies or felt nourished by them or found them to just be very, very beautiful. I mean, Father Walter Zizek, I don't think he was a Byzantine Rite Catholic to begin with, because he grew up in America. But I mean, he celebrated the Byzantine Rite for most of his life and was a Byzantine Rite Catholic through and through because of his evangelization to Russia, right? I mean, that's why he got locked in the gulag and had to, suffer through sort of his almost martyrdom there, right? It's one of those things where he felt spiritually nourished by it. And so now I don't think people should treat the liturgy like ice cream or just, given flavor. Like, I think if you're going to right switch, you have to have a really, really, really good reason to do so. It can't just be like, again, changing shoes or, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream on the given week. But I do think that there is also an element of happening to prefer a certain liturgy or even a certain parish or what have you is perfectly fine. And there's nothing modernistic about that. That's a very ambiguous accusation being thrown around by Sanborn. But, you know, knowing his legacy, I wouldn't expect anything less from him.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. I pretty much figured that it was something to that effect. But what do you think is a good reason to attend, you know, a diocesan Latin mass or an FSSP parish as opposed to a local Novus Ordo parish? What would you say a good reason is?
I think a good reason is if you love Latin a lot and you love sort of the structure of the extraordinary form of the Roman Rite, meaning the traditional Latin Mass, I think that's a very good reason to attend. You know, you might be drawn to certain prayers in the liturgy or certain, you know, matters of form or what have you in the way that the liturgy is celebrated. And I think that's a good reason for attending the Latin Mass. You know, I mean, I know people who, you know, feel much more nourished by the Novus Ordo because of all the Eastern elements of like participation and what have you that are incorporated in the liturgy. And they seem to kind of prefer attending that liturgy instead, or, you know, like the personal ordinariate for the chair of St. Peter, which is another Latin Rite liturgy of, you know, the use of people who were formerly Anglican, now Catholic. There's certain elements there that they really like, the kind of old English and sort of the British Catholicism pomp of that liturgy. So it really comes down to, you know, where is God drawing you to? Where are you going to thrive the most? I mean, I personally have always mostly attended Novus Ordo parishes. My, you know, for my Catholic life so far, and that probably will honestly be for most of my life. And I think the reason being is not because I don't love the TLM. The TLM is beautiful, but I actually see myself in a role of wanting to nourish your average parish, right? I want to be there and have a positive influence on it. I want to be there and encourage, you know, priests to celebrate the liturgy more reverently, and for people to be really devoted to the liturgy and praying the liturgy and understanding that we are there for the sacrifice of the risen Lord, given out freely for our sake and for our salvation. And so I think the more and more we can do that, that's what I want to do. But, you know, for someone who feels more nourished attending the TLM or whatever, that's also beautiful too. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's it's a great point you bring up, though. I agree. I don't think it's modernist to, you know, if you have multiple illicit forms of the mass, it's not modernist to as you said, go to where you are more spiritually nourished and where your relationship with our Lord can flourish more. It's something I was talking about with a friend the other day. He said, you know, people act like this, the phrase having a personal relationship with Christ is Protestant, but it's not. It's a Catholic phrase.
It is.
Excuse me. And we have to reclaim that pretty much because Protestants have kind of taken that one over.
Well, it's just like how some Catholics are like, oh, I don't need to study scripture. That's like a Protestant thing. Dude, what are you talking about? That is Catholic through and through. That wasn't invented by Protestants. Lectio Divina is a integral part of the Catholic spiritual tradition and pretty integral to mental prayer. So it's like, if you're not praying with scripture, it's not looking good for your salvation. I'm going to tell you that right now. You know, so I agree. We shouldn't let Protestants gaslight us into making us think that all these things that are Catholic actually belong to them and they're just like shoehorned into our faith. That's not true in the slightest.
Yeah, 100%. Well, thanks for clearing that one with me. I'll let you move on here. And I hope you have a blessed 4th of July, and yeah, God bless you for all the work that you do.
Thank you, buddy. Well, God bless you too, and you have a blessed 4th of July yourself, big guy.
Thanks, buddy. Take care.
Take care. Let's go, dude. Luke and I got to talk. That was awesome. We had a really good we had a really good space here. I'm gonna shut down the space, unfortunately, guys. I know y'all have your hands raised. The reason why is just because it's getting pretty late where I'm at. It's like 10:27. I've been streaming for 4 hours. So I'm going to close down the live space here and just read one super chat and then I think call it a night. But this has been a really fun, really fun stream we've done so far. A lot of great perspectives, especially from CWC and stuff like that. And I feel really nourished by this. I thought we were just going to do like a funny reacting to, cringe stream, and it like turned into something bigger. It's kind of amazing how that all works out. You know what I mean? So anyway, my friend, the Lot Bro, sent me $5. Thank you, buddy. Wishing you the best, brother. I'm planning a visit sometime later this year. I will continue to pray for you. And I hope we can go to mass in that local hilltop parish again. Stay safe and be humble, broski. Well, thank you, Lot Bro. Love you, buddy. I can't wait to see you again when you come visit, and it's going to be so much fun. So anyway, guys, God bless. We'll do more of these streams this week. Maybe a stream tomorrow or Friday at the very least. And we'll just keep trucking along. So God bless everyone, and I will talk to y'all later, okay? Bye now.